budget.
Governor, now is your turn to lead the introduction online.
Thank you very much, Chair and Honorable Senators. My name is Sakaja. I'm the Governor of Nairobi City County. I have different entities under Nairobi County here with us today. And so in no particular order, I'll ask them each to introduce themselves, starting from my right, going around. Don't worry about our Ziri protocol. Just when the mic gets to you, just say who you are.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Martin Wamalwa Nangole, the acting MD, Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company.
Morning, Chair. You can stand up so that members can see your face. Good morning, Chair. I'm Dr. Juang, the medical superintendent at Makwiny Hospital, Dagoretti Sub-County. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is CPF Fred Bosire, Mama Lucy Hospital.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Dr. Martin Wafula, CEO Mtuini Hospital.
Good morning, Chair, honorable senators. My name is Dr. Alex Irongo, CEO Bagathi Hospital.
Morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Johnston Mikwa, a financial accountant at Nairobi Water.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Ipia Kemai Bismarck, Mama Lucy.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Dr. Anastasia Nyalita. I'm the County Executive Committee member for Business and Hustler Opportunities. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Shafi Weru, Officer of the Governor.
Thank you, Excellency. Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Lydia Mathia, Chief Officer, Business and Hustler Opportunities.
Good morning, Chair. Members, my name is Susan Silantoy. I'm the CC for Health, Wellness and Nutrition.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Frederick Ogwanda, and CEO of Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Paul Omondi, Director in charge of Finance, Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Dr. Magoi Peter. I'm the Acting Director of Facilities in the Department of Health, Wellness and Nutrition.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Ken Moya, Management Accountant, Nairobi Water.
Good morning, Chair. Job Moora, Head of Press.
Morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Dr. Okemwa Job, CEO Mama Margaret Uhuru Hospital.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Robert Njiriri, the Hospital Administrator within the hospital.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Rhoda Otieno, the Director in charge of liquor licensing in Nairobi County.
I think.
Morning, yes, Chair and members. My name is Oscar Omoke, the Chief Officer in charge of Water and Service. Yes, Chair. Yes, my name is Oscar Omoke, the Chief Officer in charge of Water and Sanitation.
Okay. Do we have some other officers who are outside? I think they will be introduced as they come in.
Yeah, there are very many outside,
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
The limitation of space.
Yeah.
As the need arises, they have to come in. Well,
very well. So, honorable members, I must admit that we have a lot to cover today. But it so happens that today being a Friday, we also have other competing activities, which some of you are supposed to be attending to. But I request that we try and maximize time so that we cover quite a lot of ground. So I think please help me to manage time so that we can cover all the entities before us. We will now proceed to item number 3 on the agenda, which is administration of oath of witness and tabling of documents. And Governor, on behalf of the county, we request that you assist us on that aspect.
I really like this oath, Chair. The next one I want to take is for I, Sakaja Johnson, do solemnly swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee in respect of the matters before the committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth. So help me God. Chair, I formally submit. Honorable Chair, I hereby table the following documents before the committee for the financial year 2024-2025. Management responses and accompanying annexures on Mbagathi County Referral Hospital, Amadusi Kibaki Hospital, Mama Margaret Uhuru Kenyatta Level 5 Hospital, Bahati Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, Mutuni Dagoretti Hospital, Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company Limited, and the Nairobi County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Auditor, can we have a comment on the documents which have been tabled before us?
Thank you, Chair. The documents that the governor has mentioned or tabled, we have not yet received. And I also was talking to the your Waziri, so that we can be able to verify.
You are saying you have not received, but I can see documents on our table. So which one are you referring to?
The hospitals that I have received, because I have them, and maybe if they have it in the stamped in our official stamp, maybe they can be. That's the reason why we are saying is that. So
I just wanted you, Auditor, to comment on the documents that have been tabled generally.
Okay.
And then now you can go into specifics.
Okay.
What is before us and what is not before us.
We are not prepared because we have not yet verified whatever the governor has tabled. So that's something that maybe for today we are not ready.
Auditor, can I help you? Yes. Can I help the auditor? Auditor, when the entities are invited for these meetings, they are given specific timelines during which they should have tabled documents. The governor has listed documents. Perhaps you could go through one by one what you have, what you don't have, when each one of those was received, which ones you're prepared to tackle and which ones you're not. That way you can be able to offer some level of clarity on what we can engage in this morning and what we cannot.
Auditor, you are properly guided. Proceed.
Thank you. We have, we start with the one on the list. Number one is Mbagathi County and Referral Hospital. We have not received. Mamarusi Kibaki, we have not received. Mama Margaret Kenyatta, Mama Margaret Uhuru Kenyatta, we have not received. Bahati Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, we have not received. Mutwine Dagoretti Hospital, we have not received. Nairobi County Water and Sewerage Company, that one we are ready for it. And Nairobi County Alcoholic Drink Control Fund, we are ready for it because we have received and prepared the briefs. Thank you.
So basically what you are saying is that you did not receive the reports, the responses for the hospitals.
Yes, we did not receive.
But the other entities, you have the report, you verified them.
Yes, we have. And we have verified them.
Okay, maybe before I open it, let me also hear from the clerk.
I confirm the office of the clerk received documents from the county, that is the water company and the alcoholic drinks. And later we have received also for the hospitals.
You have received for the hospitals, but the auditors have not received.
Clerk, you need to clarify when you received. It is very critical because the letters that go out specify timelines for, and if they are all of them, when were they received, the ones for the hospitals?
Chair, for the water company, if you may recall, we have invited the county first time for the water company and for the alcoholic drinks, and that we received a long time ago. After the request of reschedule from the county, the committee, because of the time constraints, added the 5 hospitals alongside with the water company and the alcoholic drinks. And that letter the county received on 10th of February.
Clerk, now you are trying to say that part of the problem is from our end.
You see, clerk, we did not ask you when the entity received their letter. It's good information. 10th of February is good time. When did the documents come to you?
Sir, the response for the hospitals we got it on the 3rd
Of
February. I mean of March.
3rd of March is this week.
Yeah.
Monday.
Let me hear from the governor.
Chair, I have the received copies stamped by the Office of the Auditor General, Mama Margaret, 16th February. So yeah. Magathi, 16th February, received Office of the Auditor General, PO Box 30084, 00100 Nairobi Records Office. This year. Management responses for Mama Lucy, 18th February, is also here. Received, and the stamp of the Auditor General is here in the Records Office. All of them were sent on time, Chair.
Just complete the list, Governor, please.
I'm waiting for it to be compiled.
Yeah,
Nairobi Water, they have said, I think you have no issue with that. The issue is the hospitals, so I've listed the hospitals. They were sent, and I can submit the copies with the stamps from the Auditor General. There I also have Mutuini received management responses, Office of the Auditor General, same PO Box number, 4th February 2026, received by the Auditor General.
4th February?
Yes.
The letter came to you on 10th, Governor.
Yeah, this is the stamp that was received. And it is subject to the letter from the following completion of the audit exercise, we confirm receipt of the audit findings, which required responses from the hospital management for the financial year 2024-2025. Attached, find the management responses. This is for Mutuini by Dr. Martin Wafula, PhD. Give me the others that you have.
I think it's possible there could be a mix-up because you are aware that this meeting of Nairobi has been rescheduled many times. And I remember even the first meeting, some hospitals had already submitted their responses, like Mbagadi and the rest. So, honorable members, you can easily see that because of that,
the rescheduling, the responses were the same. So the first response is sent. Even if a letter came last week to confirm the meeting, doesn't mean a new response was to be sent again to the Auditor General, to the Senate. It is the same response.
Yeah. So, but the only handicap that we have here is that the auditors are not prepared. And, you know, they are the people who guide us. So, honorable members, I think let's proceed with the entities which are ready to be prosecuted. And then we'll make a decision later as a committee on how we are going to deal with the hospitals. You have an issue, Senator?
Chair, I just want to plead with this committee that the issues around the hospitals are very, very critical, and there are very many. Governor, we expect some cooperation from you so that we can have a day when we just deal with the hospitals. We understand that the committee is very pressed for time, Chair. We can tackle the Nairobi water and the liquor or the alcoholic drinks today, see how much ground we can cover. But please, we need a special session for the hospitals because the issues there are also very critical for the people of Nairobi.
Okay, I think we were fired up as a committee to finish all the reports today. But let me let me suspend
Chair,
my.
sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Chair, your work is to protect counties and their interests and its people. If I had not submitted these documents on time, you would have really gone hard on me. Chair, I've shown you that we submitted them on time. We also can't come here every day. I was here last Friday. I was in another committee the same week. We've been ready. We've done our part. Can you also speak to when the fault is not on the side of the county that has done its part? Because what we were to do today, Chair, getting another whole day will inconvenience all of us. So maybe that agenda should tell us what happens in their records office for documents that are actually sent, because this is not my stamp, it is their stamp. I can give you 2 copies, and we can just send to the clerk the others that you've shown me. Clerk, if you can give your number, because it is also not fair on our part to spend. Of course, we believe in accountability, but it is not fair when it is not our fault that we also now just brush that aside. This meeting would sambaratika if it was me who has not submitted on time. I would not hear the end of it. My senator would ask me if my email server works. I don't know what. Ingekuwa story mingi. Hamida, you know that. When it is on their part, it is just brushed aside. It's not right.
Auditor, please. And Auditor, you had mentioned to us in our pre-meeting that you've really had it heavy on your hands. So maybe you need to explain to us what exactly happened.
Chair, maybe this one you need to guide. You can guide us and the honourable members, because this was addressed to the county assembly. It's not the Senate. So because they are interdifferent, because these are different bodies. So they were responding to the county assembly. So it was invitation with regards to the county assembly, but with regards to the invitation of the Senate, as per this letter.
It's the same response that we sent during an audit. We send the same response to the county assembly, to the Senate. It's a management response. It's not, but your office has received. What you're saying is you have not received. So when you call to the assembly, will you say it's a different answer? Yeah.
Sure. Honorable members and our witnesses, I think we have a lot to cover today. I don't want us to spend a lot of time on the preliminaries. We will give the auditors 7 days to verify the documents that you have received. Because now you have all the documents for all the hospitals. And then the committee will decide after they have received your confirmation what to do with the hospitals, given the tight timelines that we have. So let me leave it at that point, because I see we are going to spend the whole day discussing about preliminaries when we need to go to the substance of our report. So I want to agree that the county, you did your part. The auditors may have done their part, but let us give them another 7 days to verify all the documents, and then we'll make a decision. But taking into account that the hospitals in the city are very, very, very crucial, and there are a number of issues that we need to look at. So we'll make a decision on how to deal with that later. I hope that settles the matter. The members who have just joined us, please put yourself on record.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Excellency Karibu. My name is Senator Hamida Kibwana, nominated Nairobi delegation.
Thank you, Chair, members, stakeholders, Governor, and your team. My name is Senator Chimera. I come from Kwale County, member of this committee. Governor, good to see you, and I'm happy you're taking good counsel from your senator that you should appear before these committees. Thank you, Chair.
I always appear, but you look different. I don't know what has happened to you. A change.
Yeah. Okay, honorable members, as we agreed in the pre-meeting, we will start to examine the water company and then proceed to Alcoholic Drinks Control Act. So make sure you have the responses, which is in the blue file for Nairobi Water.
Chair.
Yes, you have a preliminary issue.
On behalf of the governor, because I see he has forgotten to do that, perhaps you can release the critical hospital personnel who are here. Now that we are not discussing the hospitals, and they were filling the room, and allow the others who are outside to come in. These ones are required at those facilities, I am sure.
Governor, you can guide us on that.
Yeah, you know, I have so many staff who are not usually close to me. These ones will feel bad if they leave me, because they know normally after here we go for lunch. But I can allow them to decide. Allow them to decide what to do. Out of 19,000 staff, the 10 who are here.
This in
That's here baridi. But I don't know, Martin. You want to go?
They can as well stay here to learn.
But if they're Nairobi Water staff outside, we would need.
Yes. Yeah, I think we give.
I want to assure you that the hospitals are running. The critical staff who are required are there. This is just management staff, but don't deny them their Friday lunch. Okay, they would want.
Very well.
This lunch, Governor, is coming.
And also, Chair, it's important for them to learn this process, because my senator, you know, we're getting to a place where people will take individual accountability on issues, especially where we have created corporate entities. So the CEO of Mutwini needs to hear how the CEO of Nairobi Water is responding, because we want them to build that culture of accountability and response. Chair.
Chair, let's proceed.
Let's proceed. But if any staff from Nairobi hospitals, Nairobi Water is required, we'll ask them to come in. Like I'm saying, we may need to have accountants.
They are here, Chair.
The accountants who sign the financial statements.
They're all here, Chair.
They're all here.
Yes.
Okay.
Starting from the director to the CPA accountants. Chair.
So Nairobi Water responses are in two files. We have volume 1 and volume 2, honorable members. So auditor, you can give us a brief of the audited report for Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2025. You give us an overall brief, and then you will proceed to the queries identified during the pre-meeting. Auditor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Report of the Auditor General on Nairobi Water and Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2025. Report on financial statements was qualified opinion. Yeah, we had 47 paragraphs. With your guidance here, I want to read paragraph 4.1 on wrong outstanding trade and other receivables. Note 21 to the financial statements. Note 21 to the financial statements reflects gross trade receivables balance of Kenya shillings 9 billion 704 million.
Which are you reading?
Paragraph 4.1 on trade and other receivables.
No, remember we said that you start with inaccuracies. Inaccuracies, we can look at them at once, and we had variances between the financial statement and the trial balance. We had variances in trade and other payables. We had variances in operating revenue. We had variances and inaccuracies in trade and other receivables, and we had casting errors. And we said that those are accounting matters which you need to brief the committee and the committee will look at them at once.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Paragraph 1 on inaccuracies in the financial statements. Subparagraph 1.1 is paragraph 1.1 is on variances between the financial statements and the trial balance. With your guidance here, I don't know, do I read? Or
See, okay, ordinarily we will want you to read out the query.
yes,
but I think for the purposes of managing time, you just give us a brief about each of the queries, and then the members will proceed in the manner that they understand. So just like, for example, statements and the trial balance, you give us a brief what happened there. Was there any funds lost? How is the matter being handled by the county? And then you go to the second query, and then members will know how to deal with it, because it's largely an accounting issue.
thank you, Chair. Paragraph 1.1 was on variances between the trial balance and the financial statements. The county provided an adjusted trial balance, and the issue was addressed.
Yeah, Chair. You were not in when we were doing the brief with the other auditors. We were hoping to proceed by you starting by saying we had 47 issues. 9 have been addressed, 16 partially, 21 not addressed. That's the brief that we got. And in the interest of time, we should be able to, we don't need to go through the issues that have been addressed. So if it is true that 9 have been addressed, skip those ones. Let's go to the 16 and the 21 that are either partially addressed or not addressed. Because these ones of trial balances, all that is required is for them to provide a reconciliation or something like that. And I always get worried, Chair, in these committee meetings, when I see the bulk nature of the documents here, it points to a problem with the entity that during audit, they don't provide those documents, that they are providing the documents to the Senate, yet the Senate does not do audit. So when you see these thick files here, it always raises an alarm that the governor is trying to explain things to us that they should have explained to the Auditor General. So please, let's just go to the issues that have not been addressed.
Chair, allow me to speak to that. The bulk documents is us telling you this is what we told them. It is not us coming to you to account.
That is a worry, because
So,
if you told them at the point of audit, it
Yes.
would not be a query.
So that's why we should audit the auditor.
So let's go to the ones that
That's the
are
auditor.
not
Why did
addressed.
we answer and you're still asking?
Auditor, we agreed we only handle issues which are not addressed from your perspective. So just start with the summary and pick the issues. And remember, we said some of the issues can be combined because they are related. So you proceed on only issues which are not addressed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, the company, the audit report had 47 paragraphs, out of which 9 were addressed, 16 were partially addressed. Partially addressed means that a paragraph could be having maybe two reservations. One reservation is addressed, and then the other one may not be addressed. Then we had 22 paragraphs that were not addressed. Thank you.
Okay, so now proceed to the issues which were not addressed, starting with the issues around the inaccuracies in financial statements.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The issues were not issue number 1.2 on inaccuracies in the financial statements was partially addressed. That is on variances in trade and other payables. where we had variances between the financial statements of the company vis-a-vis balances. Another paragraph still on the same on inaccuracies in the financial statements was paragraph number 1.4 on casting errors. The statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income, and as disclosed in note 12 to the financial statements, reflects general and operational expenses amount of Kenya shillings 4,860,384,030, which further includes bank charges of Kenya shillings 4,600,258. However, recomputation of the supporting documents revealed an amount of Kenya shillings 4,907,000 264, resulting to an unreconciled variance of Kenya shillings 3706. In the circumstances, the accuracy and completeness of the financial statements could not be confirmed. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Auditor, what you failed to state is that in those inaccuracies and variances, was there any loss of funds, or it was just purely accounting issues?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We cannot be able to know whether there was loss of funds unless we receive the reconciliation between the two balances, because one is reporting a certain amount and the other entity is reporting another amount. This could be reconciliation issues from the face of it, but without reconciliations, you cannot fully tell whether it's a reconciliation need.
The responses from the county indicate that they have reconciled. Have you received the reconciliated report?
Perhaps, Chair, you can allow the governor to give his response and point us to the annexures, because he's saying that he has provided the reconciliations. We can test some of these annexures that are here in that particular query.
Yes, maybe Governor, you can respond to that. We are trying to manage the queries simultaneously. So you can just point us to the reconciliated report. And then the accountants who signed this financial statement, please be prepared for questions from members after the governor has responded.
Yeah, I will just read the response that I gave. On 1.5, the casting error of
1.4, Governor.
Okay. No worries. The balances presented by the company are a data analysis based on billings, payments, and adjustments, which is well supported in the billing system. All of these are within the accounting and billing system that is IT based. We're liaising with the listed water companies for reconciliation and agreement of the figures. We've annexed, for instance, correspondence to Githunguri Water and Sanitation and Kiambu Water and Sewerage Company. Oracle Financial ERP System, statement figure is 9.704571167 as reported in the financial statement. And the figure in basis 2 is 5.34. What is migrated is the CMS and SOME system, which is at 4.36 billion, totaling to 9.704, which is the same amount. So according to us, those figures are corresponding. The Annex 5 you have there in your report.
Chair, of course, we'll go to the Annex 5. Governor, if I'm hearing you correctly, is that you're saying you have not provided those reconciliations. You are liaising with the listed water companies for those reconciliations.
Yes.
That is why the auditor is saying you have not provided the reconciliations. You cannot annex a letter asking for the reconciliation. What you're supposed to annex is the reconciliation.
Chair, reconciliation is not done by one party. Reconciliation is subject to two parties. And we're showing that we've done our part in addressing Githunguri Water and Kiambu Water and Sewerage Company. And we've also further shown how in our system, because all of these are IT-based accounting systems, we have CMS, GSOME, the Oracle ERP system. According to us, the figures tally perfectly.
Maybe just finish your response, and then I will allow the auditor to make a comment on that response. And then
further to that, the data's listing from basis 2, CMS and GSOME, as at 30th June 2025 is also annexed. These are the systems that we use in this process. And then on the casting errors, Chair, The statement of profit and loss and other comprehensive income as disclosed in Note 12 to the financial statements reflects general and operational expenses amounting to 4.8 billion with a B, which further includes bank charges of 4.6 million. The computation of supporting documents revealed an amount of 4.937, resulting to an unreconciled variance of 300,000. From the 4.8 billion, the question is about 300,000, but you have shown Annex 6 journal entries correcting the casting errors of 300,000. 300,000 out of 4.8 billion is 0.0000 something percent. But still the journal entries are provided and are provided to the auditor general. Chair.
Auditor, your
So
comments on
you can test I think what you wanted to do is a sample of testing the annexes. If you open Annex 6, you will see the breakdown of the journal entries correcting casting errors, and those errors happen. This was done in February.
In trade and other receivables,
which is 1.1 million.
1.4, which was similar to the one on variances in trade and other payables. Still on difference between entities, what the other entities are reporting and what the company is reporting on the Githunguri water and the Kiambu water. So those water and the Kiambu water. So those were the two issues. And sorry, Chair, for that.
So maybe you need to explain to the committee how are these issues going to be finally resolved? Is it in the next audit process, or how are they going to be resolved?
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to confirm that from the responses we have received the correspondences between the company and those entities. However, the reconciliation concerning the two balances is not there. It has not been worked on. Chair, I think the reconciliation should be an ongoing thing, because like now the water supply to Dongoli and Kiambu water will still continue being supplied. So reconciliation should always be done at the end of every year if there are variances between the different entities.
It just pointing to the weakness of maybe the staff who are involved. And we are normally keen to know the competence of these staff so that we can know whether they were deliberate errors. So I'd want to know who is accounting, the accounting person who signed these reports.
I think that auditor can tell from the financial statement. Auditor, which accountant signed the financial statements?
I think, Chair, the accountant is CPA Power or Omondi.
Is pack number?
Pack number that is 647.
3647. You can verify that in the portal. Clerk.
Is he here in the first place? Omondi.
Yes. Oh, Omondi, you are the director of finance.
Chair, this Omondi.
This Omondi is
Omondi who has made an error of 0.00645% needs a medal. If the error is 300K out of 4.6 billion, and it's an error not even attributable to us, I don't think we should.
Point of order, Chair. I think Governor let us not go down that line.
No, I mean,
you will agree with me.
Just
a minute. You will agree with me that you have to account for every coin.
Of course.
Yeah. So don't try to trivialize the figures.
We're not trivializing. We've told you
saying,
the response we've given.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
When the Auditor General has raised a query, just do the reconciliation. If you attach a letter to an entity and you don't attach the reconciliation, the query has not been resolved.
So if they don't respond, what do you want?
Just a minute. We will ask about every single coin, because that's not personal money. This is public money, and it is the auditor that has flagged it. If we are unable to get a reconciliation, we just say we are unable to get a reconciliation. But let's not try to trivialize the amounts, because all this money is public money.
Chair, we're not trivializing any amount. We're looking at the magnitude of the issue. and we have given our part of what we have done and who we have written to. I think the follow-up question should be to Kiambu and Githunguri. But if you have another style of how we can do the reconciliation, we would love your guidance.
My only concern on these errors is that the accountant had a chance at the exit meeting to have corrected this. So maybe he can tell us why he didn't provide the corrections or reconciliation at the point of exit, because this should not have ended up becoming a query.
Yeah, but Chair, and as I let him do it, reconciliation is two parties. We say this is our position, and we write to you and say, come and let's sort it out. It should be done at that point. But if they don't respond, Chair, what do we do? Give him a mic.
Let's hear from Mr. Monde.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the governor, we had engaged all these institutions prior to the exit meeting. As governor rightfully put, both institutions need to be there or need to be available for the reconciliation to take place. We wrote to, as you've seen, Machakos. We've wrote to the Office of the Auditor General because it is one of the institutions listed there as a reconciliation. We've engaged KRA. KRA wrote back and said they will come back and do an inspection, which is what happened, which is ongoing, the inspection for KRA. Githunguri and Kiambu are yet to respond. Because in this case for Githunguri and Kiambu, we are the billing entity. We build, we read your meter, we build, this is it. If you have different figures on your side, because ideally it is a bill we give you that you recognize in your books. If you have different figures, where did you get them from? And we provided those statements to Kiambu. On the casting error that has been mentioned, that happened, that was the bank charges, I remember, for April 2025, the 336. While we were moving it to Oracle Financials, then it was posted in the wrong account. But it is not money lost. It was posted in the wrong account. And that was corrected. Now, the casting error was raised at the point of draft certificate. If you check the management letter, the audit queries initially issued, there was no casting error. It came at the point of draft certificate, and we were not able to close it by the time because you need to close it and have the board meeting to have the account signed again. So what we did is correct the error, and the error is very verifiable when the auditors come back. They can verify that the journal entries have been passed.
These and the variances in appearing in the audit report. And that's why we are very particular on which accountant signed the financial statement, because we want to promote the culture that should not appear. Such basic things should not appear, especially where the accountant is a highly qualified accountant like yourself. So I know this is a matter that if you sit down with the auditors and you provide the reconciliation as required, it should be able to be sorted out. So auditor, I think we'll task you to keep an eye on these issues and give us a report in the next audit report. But
Chair, I need your assistance. We've shown that the 300 was a posting error of bank charges, but the issue of reconciliation, so that it doesn't become a recurrent issue, while we've done our part, can the committee help us to bring Machakos and Kiambu, and the senator for Machakos is here, to give us our money and agree that they should pay us, so that it doesn't recur, or the essence of this meeting, Chair, is to strengthen systems in counties and to help us be better. If we've not done the reconciliation properly, because we've done our part, you can guide us on how better to do it. Yeah, we've written, we've asked them to come. If they don't come, you have the power to summon them to sort out that issue. And I don't know how else we can do it, and you can guide us on how else to do it. Yeah, we will stand guided.
I think we'll take note of that, clerk. Take note of that. The Kiambu is yet to appear before us. Kiambu County on matters of water. So we'll take note of that and raise it with the Kiambu. Machakos also. Has Machakos appeared before us? Yeah. So I think we take note of that. But largely, as much as a committee can try and raise a matter when they appear before us, it still remains your responsibility to follow up.
And that's what we've shown. We have written to them. We've
Yes.
called them. When they don't do their part, what do we do?
Chair.
Senator Machakos.
The governor is raising an issue here, which actually, if you are unable to call Machakos here and Kiambu, you have a senator.
Yes.
Let him bring it to the house, and then we summon them through this committee. Because right now we can do nothing. You have not raised it to the committee officially.
Okay.
Now answer the questions that pertains to you now.
That's a good
If you want count of Machakos, count of Kiambu, go through your senator, let it be raised to the committee officially.
And I have a very able senator.
Thank you.
You know, Chair,
this idea,
there's a reason I'm laughing. If an ordinary person in Nairobi, if Nairobi Water had an issue with my account, Sifuna, they would not come here to ask for the Senate's help. They know what to do. They know what to do. This is what we call backpassing, Governor. These institutions, you have a way of bringing them to bear. I remember your dispute with Kenya Power. You didn't come to us to ask us for help. You took certain measures that we are not very proud of as a leadership of Nairobi.
No.
But today you are appearing helpless, throwing yourself at the mercy of the Senate. I am sure, Governor, these matters, because the queries are on your side, we need to resolve them and move. But I am sure you have ways and means.
So the senator for Nairobi is sitting next to the senator of Machakos.
Yeah.
Please help me.
What we will do?
Because I don't want to cut off water to Machakos, and I don't want to cut water from to Kiambu.
So you know exactly how to bring these people to the table
for reconciliation.
That's the point that I'm making.
When you do that, it's not the water company there that suffers; it's the people.
Yeah, you asked a question, Governor. If they don't respond, what are you supposed to do? You have the tools, but you are saying we will. What we will do?
We try all diplomatic methods and EFM methods.
Please,
when those don't work,
please,
then we try Nairobi methods.
Just try the Kenya Power way. You will be able to.
Senator Topiko, please put yourself on the record.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. My name is Paris Tobiko from Kajiado County, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Mark, and then we close.
Yeah, Chair, maybe on this one, just to comment that if the county perhaps or the South African took keen interest on the Section 31 of the certification process and responded to these issues during the exit and the ML, these issues would have been resolved then. For example, Chair, the letter requesting is dated February 16th. The audit concluded in December 18th. So, Chair, if that had been done then, maybe this would have been addressed at that time. So maybe it's a question of maybe taking action when the certificate has already been issued. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. I think we will leave it to your auditors to keep an eye on this issue and have it fully resolved. So you can proceed to the next issue.
Thank you, Chair. The next issue is on unsupported balances. Paragraph 2.2 on bulk water supplies.
Paragraph
2.2. Bulk water purchases of Kenya shillings 951 million 869,402 supplied by the Water Works Development Agency from Karimeno 2 and Northern Collector Tunnel. However, review of documents provided for audit revealed that there were no binding contracts between the agency and the Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company Limited, and therefore the quality and quantity of water to be supplied could not be determined. Further, records provided for audit review revealed credit adjustments amounting to Kenya shillings 43,529,770 that were not supported with approved journal entries, vouchers, and credit memos. In the circumstances, the accuracy and completeness of the bulk water purchases of Kenya shilling 951 million 869,402 could not be confirmed.
Governor, your response?
Chair, this response, let me read what I responded first. Although the execution of bulk water supply is underway and the agreements that follow, the company is able to determine the quality and quantity of water supplied to Nairobi through the meter, which is read jointly by the company and Athi Water Works Development Agency. Further, the quality is tested and monitored at Igiri Station. We test it every 30 minutes to ensure compliance with quality standards, where we look at the composition of the water, the fluoride, whatnot. The adjustments arose from a difference in pricing structure. Actually, this is an ongoing issue that we have with Athi Waterworks. Because, Chair, I don't know if I should give the context now. Do I go on?
Proceed. I think it's important.
Yeah. Chair, it's important for the members and Nairobians to know, and Kenyans. Nairobi has no water source in Nairobi. Yeah? All our sources are from outside Nairobi. And I'm glad one of my sources is here, and Aro. All these were developed. Kikuyu gives us 6,000 cubic meters. They developed in 1907 to 1910. Ruiru Dam gives us also water, developed in 1928. Sasumwa in Nyandarua gives us 60 million liters per day, developed in 1958, thereabout. Then the biggest, 84% previously, was Ndakaine, developed from 94 to 97. That gives us 84% of our water in Muranga. These ones were developed by Nairobi City Council, if you call it that. When they were developed, and I'd love the auditors to hear me clearly, the water coming is it's a system that includes dams, includes the piping, includes the treatment plant, and then the final connection to the people. Yeah. Now, the latest, because all of this gives us 525.6 million liters a day, yet Nairobi needs 970 million liters a day, with a demand growing at 4% every year. Yeah. So we pushed for the development of more water sources. Northern Collector that's mentioned here in Karimenu are some of those two that we're able to conclude, which add us another 140 million liters a day. And Karimenu is now at 25? 25 to 30. Yeah. Now we are telling Athi Water, because they have developed that they cannot charge us 100% because in the whole value chain, they're also using our infrastructure. Chairman, if you and I go right now for lunch at Kenchik and you want chicken, it is 300 bob. But me, I've come with my own chicken for them just to fry. We will not charge us the same. So we're saying that the value of our infrastructure in that water, because Northern Collector uses Ruiruda, it uses, Nakaine, at least what they have is a treatment at Kigoro, but still part of our infrastructure that we paid for is used in that process to give us our water. You cannot charge us the same tariff as if we didn't use anything. We have used our own, you understand? We've used our own infrastructure to be part of that system. So that is why there is no contract yet, because I don't agree that you'll charge us 100%, yet you're using our own infrastructure to bring water to us. And remember, Northern Collector 2, Northern Collector 1 is a flood system, cutting across Irati River and all those rivers in Muranga, meaning it's only when it rises above the normal level of the river that the addition is what comes into our own system that was developed by Nairobi County. I don't know if you understand me so far.
Yeah,
That is the issue we're in.
Chair,
But in terms of quality and quantity, the meter shows.
Chair, point of order.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have a point of order?
Yeah. Chair, we are really pressed for time. Governor, I think you agree with the auditor from what you're saying that we need contracts.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, that is the query. Please just let's restrict ourselves to the query. The query is there are no agreements to capture those things that you're saying. I've seen that you have attached a letter here under Annexure 9. a letter dated 31st July 2025. And actually, that letter also says the same thing that the auditor is saying. So what you needed to do in order for us to be able to be satisfied, you needed to demonstrate where these conversations are happening, because there is no annexure here to capture the conditions or the proposals that have come from your county government, including those ones of taking into account the infrastructure that we're using or that they are using. So where is that? Like, where can we see correspondence between your government or the entity, Nairobi City Water, and the authorities specifying what you want in the contract? I can see here the only issue that is raised in the letter dated 31st July to WASREB says, please note that we are unable to finalize the various bulk supply agreements until the issue of apportionment of water is resolved. That is the only issue that the water company is raising with WASREB. So maybe stick to this question of agreements. We need to be shown through documentation or correspondence what those terms you have put to the water company are in terms of documentation. You know that I will always insist on documentation, so that in the event another person is in that office, because we are not going to be in these offices forever, they can be able to follow up those conversations.
Chair, you know, when answering, I have to give the context of why there is no agreement. And that's the context I've given. And now that you understand that issue, those issues are discussed at the meetings. The meetings have minutes. If you want us to provide minutes, we can provide. But even as recently as last week, even with the COG, we had a meeting with the Water. What was that? Not COG, Intergovernmental Technical IGTRC. The ongoing discussions. So we can bring the minutes of it, but it's important to give the context as to why we can't just have a straight contract based on quantity and whatever the meter shows. It's good to understand that, I think, and this is the best platform to explain. I hope the Senator for Nyandarua does it.
Senator for Nyandarua, where water comes from?
Yes, I'd want to know, Governor, then I've heard you. But assuming you've been supplied with 1 million cubic meters of water, at some point you do pay. On what basis do you pay? Do you just decide you are paying whatever amount? On what basis? That is the interest of this committee.
We've never had to pay, because as I'm explaining, all the water sources we have had have been developed by us. Even the land in Nyandarua we bought near to. It's just there. I have the title deed, but it's in your county. We don't pay Nyandarua. We do CSR, we help, but it's our asset. It is this new, and by the Senate, you need to help us, because there are a lot of provisions in this Water Act that are unconstitutional. Water is devolved. Because even now, that Arctic Water Works Development Agency and such want to do, to become almost like water service providers. Yeah. So it's fresh, Senator, my friend. That discussion, we're saying, no, you can't charge us 100% on the tariff by WASREB, yet it's our infrastructure that is providing that water. And so it's an ongoing discussion. We need Senate to come strong on the Water Act, because even a lot of our staff are concerned, about the role of a county as provided for in the Constitution. But just for the comfort of my colleague, we have been having discussions with the governor, Badilisha of Nyandarua, my brother Irungu Kangata, who's also a former senator like myself, about what more we can do. It's very unfair for the people at the source, where the water is coming from, not to have water also, So there are the things we're doing in Gatanga constituency. In Ngedu, if you go, for instance, in Gatundu North, we don't have a city, this will be called city council schools, but not a county school, Ngedu Primary, that we fully support. In fact, I supported, and the children there, and things within the society. But in terms of how we are charged, it is only us that's trying to charge us now, which we're happy to do. So if you say in the whole value chain of the water coming through your system, our contribution is 60%, then you should only charge us 0.4 of that bill. That is the long and short of it, Chair. And I think the auditor can help us. There's variable cost contribution to the entire system. I think that this is something that it's novel in nature. It's a new discussion, but we would want
to
Kajiado and EPZA. Do you have a contract with them?
Let me allow the chief officer to just give those details.
Chair, water payments are not based on contracts. They are based on gazetted tariff by WASREB. Now, the problem that we are having with Athi Water is because of our infrastructure. So the payment that you are making are based on the tariff, because we don't need a contract to pay water. You need a tariff pay. But we are telling them that because they are using our infrastructure, and if you look at this tariff, Chairman, you will see there's a tariff of 30 shillings that was applicable until 30th of June. Then there's another tariff of 38 shillings that was applicable thereafter. Because we were telling at the water that you cannot charge us 38 shillings, and yet what we are selling to Nairobians is 36. So that contract was for us to agree with them that this tariff that they have gazetted needs to be revised.
Even cost recovery, that must be covered when you're looking at this tariff.
Chair, just let me just be comfortable a little with this.
Then I come to
we hear you. So because then you payments are based on tariffs, but you are insisting because there is your infrastructure, you cannot pay at the normal tariff that they're asking for. So then that is why you need in these special circumstances, that's why you need a contract, isn't it? So what's the challenge in getting into these contracts or getting the contracts?
Chair, the challenge is what the governors told you. Last year, the Minister National Government did indicate that they wanted to take over the water sources for Nairobi. And they were saying that they have resignated all that infrastructure to national government. In December last year again, the Intergovernmental Relation reversed those assets back to Nairobi County. So the dispute that we are having at COG and Intergovernmental is for us to agree with them, first of all, the asset ownership, who are the owners, because they were moving the assets to national government so that this tariff applies. We did challenge that. And now this contract, you've been told that last week we had a meeting with Athi and COG, and we are agreeing that the assetting should be based with the county government so that when they charge, and we agreed on the contract, that contract that is being applicable will put the assets under Nairobi.
Senator Mudama.
Yeah, Chair, my question was, what is the challenge of giving the auditors the documents that they need so that they can reconcile their audit? And again, on this billing of contracts, I don't know if this question should come at this time, but because I'm stepping out, Chair, is that most of the places in Nairobi don't receive water, like where I live. And I receive billing every month, even when I've not received water from.
I want you to hold your horses, because we agreed in the pre-meeting that all those issues we'll deal with them when we are looking at non-revenue water.
But where do you live? You can give me your
Okay, so let's wait for that. But honorable members, I think this query is not unique to Nairobi County. You saw when Mombasa appeared before us, we had the same challenge with the coast water. I think Kilifi, we also had the same challenge. I think for us to address this matter of counties and the regional water bodies, we will need to invite them. And I hope the clerk will pick this issue. We will need to invite Athi Water to come so that we look at these issues substantially, because it's not just Nairobi Water that has a similar challenge. We have contractual issues between Mombasa and the Coast Water, Coast Water and Kilifi County, and even Taita Taveta, and even Kwale. So these issues, and as the governor rightly said, there is something fundamentally wrong with the Water Act. There's something fundamentally wrong with the Water Act.
And Chair, I'd really implore upon you to support counties in their role.
Yeah.
Chair, a lot of these assets we're talking about were actually purchased land, contracts, even when there were loans we've paid for. Now, the national government suddenly realizes that they've done some investment. If you look at what the Northern collected investment is vis-a-vis what we've done on by ourselves over the years, is only 25%. That require that service. And Chair, this is part of what you're saying is non-revenue water, because it is water that is built, it is water that is provided, but you cannot stop providing. It's a human right that needs to be paid. It's one of the human rights that you need to pay for, which is water. Air is free. Other things are not as expensive, but this one must be paid for, Chair. So if there are ways that you can assist us, if you have ideas, apart from what I've said in the conditional allocation in the Division DORA and CARA, County Allocation Revenue Act, I don't know how else you can resolve that old debt that this is to show, and they continue to accumulate because we've not cut them off, Chair. So, for instance, if the National Assembly, in the budget they give the Department of Defense, just adds 200 million, they give them a budget of billions, just add 200 for you to clear the water debt, add to the National Police Service an amount to clear their debt. Unfortunately, when you go to that level, it is now national. So there are other debts also in other counties. But Chair, your guidance will be important.
Let me start with the auditor. Your comments of the response. The two responses.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The annexures were provided for paragraph 4.1 on long outstanding and other receivables. However, the amount is still not yet cleared. Again, on unmigrated receivables.
Sorry, Chair, on that last one, you're saying, however, the amount is not yet cleared.
It has not been paid as you have explained.
Yeah. Chair, maybe before you go to the next 4.2 on the migration, because the auditor is saying he understands our dilemma and the issue. But unless it's clear, this will also be an audit query next year. How do we make it stop being an audit query when these people have not paid? Because it is not an infraction on our side, and we've recommended how you can intervene. Because then again, be an audit query. I want next year to have an unqualified report. We now have qualified. We used to be adverse, but so long as they have not paid, now I'm still getting a lower audit opinion for something that is not of my doing. Maybe advice from the auditor. How does this stop being a recurring question? Do we show steps towards recovery? Do we attach evidence of what can we do? And this is just really seeking your advice to make such an audit query stop being a recurring query in our books, Chair.
Maybe even as you, because I've seen you made some efforts, demand letters and all, but the most noticeable attempt you have made is a notice to disconnect customers. Maybe you can tell the committee what happened. Have you disconnected the Ministry of Defense? Have you disconnected? Because now the auditor will base on those efforts to make a decision.
And Chair, on top of that, as you also made an effort even maybe to meet with them, call the people who are concerned and meet with them, at least you show us there was a meeting and you also prove it to the Auditor General.
Chair, on meeting with them and raising it, even at my level, I have done that at the summit. which brings the county governments and the national government chaired by the president. I have brought it up at IBEC. I brought it up with the president directly. And now that we have a cooperation agreement, on Monday, for instance, I'm chairing the committee with the PSs. The PS for water is going to be there. We'll have that as part of the agenda of what we need to resolve for Nairobi, because we have roads, water, etc. That also will come in. So I just want to know in what way can we then move this from being a recurring query that appears. That advice would be very important. We want to knock off these things. I want by next year we get a qualified, unqualified, sorry. What? But in terms of raising it, maybe attaching minutes of summit would help. I don't know. Chair, please guide. Chair, your comments?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think ours is to raise the exceptions. As far as recommendations are concerned, I think that rests with you, Honorable Chair.
Governor, I understand your situation. But these other entities or individuals who owe you money, you have attached their demand letters. I think we need to see some serious step being taken, maybe taking people to court or something like that. But for the public institution, particularly government institutions like ministries and all that, I think we have discussed with the clerk here, is one of the issues we are going to flag up for action in April.
Thank you so much.
So that they should tell us how do they expect to be drinking water and they are not paying for it. So I think we are going to pick it up as one of the responsibilities of the Senate to protect devolution. So that we are going to pick it for as a committee, but the individual debtors, I think your entity should do more than they are doing.
And if you just give MD a few seconds, because there's an engagement we've had also with Kiambu and Githunguri, which has now led them to start paying. I don't know, Martin.
Chair, we've taken some actions like Githunguri Water. We wrote to them and actually we went further to disconnect them. Water came. Now what Water is doing, they are paying for them the current dates. But the historical one, they are not paying. For Kiambu Water also now they are paying the current bills. So now the only challenge that we have is the element of historical. DOD also we wrote to them. We tried doing some disconnection in some of their premises. Now we've seen some positivity in this current financial year. Now they are paying their debts.
So maybe I can find out from the auditor, especially Mark. Kiambu is yet to appear before us. I think they're appearing next week or a week after. I don't know whether there is a corresponding query in Githunguri and Kiambu Water on this matter.
Chair, that we'll be able to verify when we look at the report. I am not able to comment on that at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
So I think, please, clerk, just note that so that we raise it when they appear before us. Senator Amida?
Yes, Chair. Governor, I believe you need, or maybe you might be having the debt recovery strategy, because once you have that strategy, you need to know how to implement on it so that at least you address this growing receivables. But then now you may need to take advantage of the cooperation agreement with the national government. Then you need to raise it up with them on these services. And then I think I also realized the CS Water is part of the team. the steering in the team that's steering the
included. You know, we've never had such a chance, Chair, and I'm glad. So we'll report on that, and possibly maybe what the auditor would want would be then the minutes of correspondence that we can keep adding when there is that question. The same people who are telling us we must pay, the one to cut us off. So he said, yes, we must pay, but you pay us also. Chair, there's a discussion that you need to get in the Senate. You know, if we went to the health sector, you would have seen that KEMSA keep putting us number one, that we owe them 245 million. Yet NHIF owes us 800 million. And SHA owes us, and we tell them to can't give us change, you know, take it out there and give us the balance, you know. So it's a question of what comes before what.
Very well. I think this is a matter that is very weighty. And I think, Governor, as you rightly put it, you may need to take advantage of the cooperation to ensure that this is resolved. In fact, I noticed that the Prime Cabinet Secretary is it the chair or what? Of
No, he chairs the steering committee is really ceremonial, only CTC. It meets once a quarter. The one I chair, the implementation, that meets twice a month, is the real, because the PSs are the ones with the money. CS is a broad policy, you know, no offense to my CCs, but the PSs and the chief officers are really the people, the accounting officers, you know, and that is a committee that I chair. And that is starting its meeting on Monday. And we'll be meeting, actually we've said for the first month, we'll meet every week, get it moving. And then now we can go to fortnightly as provided for in that law. And so we'll sort out the issue of roads, the issue of water, this Marago 4 that I want, the northern collector 2, the reverse system. Imagine you'd never have another platform like that. These PSs, you write a letter, it's responded to in 2 months or not responded to. But now every week I'm with you at City Hall, telling you where have we reached.
So, you know, so that is a committee. That is a committee that we need to invite to appear before.
The implementation committee. Yeah.
So now what you need to do for us, is it possible for you to give us a breakdown of all those receivables?
Yes.
For government
institutions. Yeah.
Minus the schools.
Yes, we can do that, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, because the MD has it. Please send it to the Senate even today.
Yes.
Or let's say Monday.
MD, how much time do you need to send it?
By Monday.
By Monday.
Yeah, by Monday you have it.
Please send it to the clerk, and the clerk, as I said, flag that as one of the issues to follow up. Okay, so
and Chair, I think if you allow me, can you allow also my health team to also send? Because, for instance, the Nairobi Funeral Home, anybody that is found out there by police is dumped at the funeral home, but they don't pay. We have from prisons, prisoners being brought to Magathi Hospital for treatment, and they don't pay, and they're not insured. So, can you just allow us to give the water and also the health institutions debts from national government?
I think for health, we already have made a decision. We will be meeting the Ministry of Health on that issue, not just for Nairobi, but for all the counties.
Yeah. Back to the time we stopped receiving bodies. Then the IG told me he has no motor. So I told him, how do we help each other? Because they have budgets. Actually, if you look at the itemized budget line in the National Assembly, it talks about such incidentals. So it will be good, even when you having the Cabinet Secretary for Health, to have the facts with you, that as an example, that in Nairobi, in the case of Nairobi, this is what you owe hospitals, this is what you owe from SHA reimbursements, NHIF, and this is what you owe the funeral home, what used to be called the city mortuary.
Okay. Audit, I didn't hear your comments on Gisome.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. On Gisome, the detailed support for the 3.9 million was provided. However, there was no evidence of migration to the basis 2.
There was no evidence for?
migration of the amount.
Migration of the data
Of the data to the new system.
So maybe, Governor, you can comment on that.
Chair, we don't want to migrate them because they're inactive accounts. There is no need to migrate the inactive accounts, but the details and records of those inactive accounts are available. They're still available, and they're attached. They're attached in Annex 11. You want your system to remain efficient, and so migrating inactive accounts is the same way when you talk about IFMIS, the previous systems of accounting that were there in the counties, life forms. There are things in life forms that you don't migrate because you just clog your system, but they're still available for review, and the record is still kept. You can actually look at it, but you don't want to clog your system with another 132 inactive accounts that have been closed. Some of them people have moved, they have merged into, for instance, if there was 1 meter in Kileleshwa, and then somebody builds apartments, that 1 meter becomes inactive because now you have 60 others, that have come from what used to be 1. That is just an example.
Chair, I wanted to hear the response of the auditor on that one.
Auditor?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The expectation is that once you have a new system, everything that is in the old system should be carried over to there should be a cleanup, and then the data should be migrated to the new system, because now it's like we are having 2 systems: the old that was there, and then we have a new system that does not have the old data. Thank you.
Chair, if the auditor insists that we migrate the inactive accounts, we'll do it. Inatujazia tu latency na the MD was the IT director before. Let him give you a technical answer on the IT aspect of it.
Chair, the challenge of us migrating those accounts, it will bring in a lot of control issues, because these customers, you are not billing them. They are so inactive, but they owe you. The challenge we have is now the only initiative we can do is to write off that debt. But what you are saying is we need to maintain that record for the audit purposes, so that when we are saying that these are our debtors position, somebody can go there and verify that in basis 2 you have 5.4 billion, and in Gisome you have 3.2 billion. Otherwise, if you migrate it, you bring in a lot of inconsistency. You just hog your system for nothing.
Senator Tobiko, what's your point?
Chair, for me, I thought particularly the example the governor used made sense. There was one account, maybe one of those old houses in Kileleshwa or Lavington, but now apartments have come up. So it has changed from one old account to a number of several other new active accounts. How does the auditor insist that account should still remain? For me, it doesn't make sense. Maybe I'm not an auditor, but I don't know.
Let Mark explain.
Thank you, Chair. I think what the auditor is requesting is for cleanup before migration. As the MD has indicated, there are those who they think will not pay, or as His Excellency has indicated, there are those which have now merged. Then why don't you clean up and then migrate, so that then we don't have a system that has one day set of data, another one that has another set of data?
Means remove them?
Maybe if I respond from the accounting point of view, it's like the way for the audit trail, when you are carrying forward, brought forward and carrying forward, out of which, because at the end of the day, maybe the Nairobi Water might present it to the board as a point of reference, because it is still a carried forward balance. So it's always good when you do reconciliation and it's a genuine balance, you carry it forward regardless, because you're still making reference that when you are making provision for receivable for the same. That is why we are saying, if you are sure it's a valid receivable, you just migrate it so that it will be a continuous balance.
It's carried forward in the books and in our list of receivables. It's just we're talking about the IT, the system. Chair, if you allow us, please allow us to work on this with the auditor, because also the auditor has
I think it
is a
looks
strong
like
team on systems.
it looks like an issue that auditors and MD, you can easily sort it out. You sit down and see how to resolve this. Next issue, and I think we are not doing very well on time. It's already past 12:30.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The next issue is on paragraph number 7 on unsupported customer deposits. The statement of financial position and as disclosed in note 27 to the financial statements reflects customer deposits balance of Kenya shillings 1,309,078,313, which includes accrued interest of Kenya shillings 29,323,702, calculated at 3% per annum. However, it was not possible to verify the basis of the interest accrual, as the company did not provide evidence of investments or an interest-bearing account to support the reported accrued interest. Further, the actual customer deposits balance as at June 2025 could not be determined since the company did not maintain a separate bank account designated for customer deposits. In the circumstances, the accuracy and completeness of customer deposits balance of Kenya shillings 1,309,078,313 could not be confirmed. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, the response.
Chair, the 3% interest was derived from legal notice on 23, Water Act 374, the City of Nairobi Water Supply Laws 1974 plus 36, 1 of the Water Act. Additionally, the company's finance policy plus 7.8 provides for the same. The law is categorical that money raised by water service providers are ring-fenced in the business for furtherance of the services, and this is a practice the company has adopted. However, in closure of the services, the deposit is refunded as per the policy. I hope I'm answering the right query. Yes. Yeah. I put 2 annexes. One is the Water Act, 374. That's Annex 15A. So there's the legislation, the specific provision that guides us, as well as the clause 7.8 of the finance policy that also guides us.
Auditor, your comments on the response?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, the company has provided the raw extract of 1974. Again, yeah, these funds have not. There is no evidence that the funds have been invested in any interest-bearing account. So the issue here is the source of this interest. Okay, the raw has been provided, yes, but the customer deposits have not been invested. Again, we have not seen a separate bank account where the deposits have been deposited.
Yeah, maybe Governor, before you come in, let me ask the legal officer to read for us the provision on customer deposit. What does it say about having a separate account for customer deposit? Is it mandatory in law?
Chair, as I get the section, it would be because the customer deposits in title belong to the customers. The deposit is made available to the service provider to guard against any damage to property, etc. And as His Excellency has indicated, upon the termination of the service relationship, it is owed back to the customer. Therefore, Chair, it's held in trust because it can't be used for other purposes and remain unavailable. And because it is held in trust, Chair, it should not be commingled with other finances of the company, so that as and when the relationship comes to an end, then that deposit is available to the customer. Chair, I believe that's why the Auditor General raised that issue. So, Chair, the legal title, the property belongs to the customer. The monies are in the possession of the water service provider. They are held in trust until such a time when the relationship comes to an end. The reason they are held in trust is twofold, Chair. Number one, to act as security against damage to any property or any obligations that the customer may have to the company. But the inverse of that is that the monies must be made available to the customer once the commercial relationship has come to an end, Chair.
Okay, let me give it to the governor first, and then I'll come to you, Senator.
Maybe allow me to give the MD to expound, because this money is always refunded. There's no case where it is not refunded. But we don't feel, first, there's no law that says it must sit on its own separately. Because also that will not be, you know, the parable of the servants who are given talents. The servant, the master gave one talent, another one 3, another one 5. The one who gave 1 said, I have hidden it because I know you're a very cruel master. And he was reprimanded. The second one also said the same, but the third one said, ameiongeza. So we use this money in operations, but we still have the capacity to refund, is to improve services to the rest of Nairobians. Instead of, imagine just money sitting somewhere in an account doing nothing, yet we will not yet exhausted support. So the contractual obligation, or rather the legal obligation that we have on deposit, the same way even in your house, if you're renting, you pay the landlord a deposit. It doesn't mean the landlord does not use it, but the day you need it back, it has to be availed. I don't know if you want to expound on that.
Chair. Chair, before they answer, maybe I can ask a follow-up question so that they can answer all together. Even as the governor says that they don't have, gives the parable of the 3 men who are given these talents. If you go to the Bible, then we'll preach here because I'm a preacher. But I don't want to go that direction. What does the law say about using this money for customers' deposits if it's going to be used anywhere else apart from refunding to the customers, even if not borrowing? Because using is like just borrowing. What does the law say about that? Can you read us the law?
Okay, legal.
Yeah, I think what the Honorable Senator is referring to is previously it had been taught that the use of these monies are governed by the provisions of the PFM relating to short-term borrowing. Chair, I don't think that's a correct legal position, because the short-term borrowing under the PFM relates to actual instruments that are short-term in nature. If you look at the definition of short-term borrowing under the PFM, that's why, Chair, I insist that these customer deposits, Chair, they would be subject to the laws that govern properties that are held in trust. Because, Chair, as I indicated, when the customer makes the security deposit, it is the purposes are twofold: to ensure that some sort of security is given to the service provider, to ensure that any damage to property will be able to be compensated at the end of that commercial relationship. But on the other hand, inversely, Chair, it is the right of the customer at the end of the commercial relationship to have the monies given back to them. Chair, where I don't agree is that these monies may be used for purposes that are not, that there's a carte blanche on what the money can be used for. Chair, that's why the committee has been insisting in other instances that there must be an internal policy on, number one, if the monies are deducted from the accounts for customer deposits, then under what circumstances are they paid back and what can they be used for, Chair? Because, Chair, remember I've indicated to you that these monies belong to the customers. They are held in trust to ensure that should there be damage to any equipment that are owed to the WSP, then they're able to be hived off before the monies are made available at the end of the commercial relationship, Chair.
And Chair, that is why we should hear what the law says as we move forward.
I think she has summarized. She's a very competent lawyer. She knows all the laws in her head. She has summarized all that.
I don't mean to interrupt. And then what we need to interrogate is what is the board policy on dealing with these customer deposits?
Yeah, I think that's what she's referring to. The board policy on customer deposits. Anyway, let's listen to.
Lucy is my friend. She was my legal person when I was chairing committees in this house, and she's very smart. Chair, our finance policy is attached. It talks about the refunding the customer. Chair, this is Nairobi Water, our account. Yeah. This is our collections inside there. Yeah. This is customer deposit. If I drink, which one have I done? If I drank our collections or the deposit? So long as there is always be a refund of that deposit on demand, and you've not had any complaint that the refund has not been done, the company must continue to execute its mandate. If you look at section 131 of the act, it says all monies collected, and that's possibly one of the only provisions that are direct on it, must be used for the furtherance of the company's objectives. So provided for the fact that we will always refund. In fact, we have been refunding with interest. Just that this year we want to stop the interest story. That we've been refunding with is that true? That's how we've been doing it. The company must continue to achieve its objective. So in the law, there's a letter, of the law. But what is the spirit? The spirit and the existence. The reason why we have this company is to provide water services. The same way your landlord does not necessarily put your deposit into a special account that just sits. But the day you move out, the money that he was keeping for you in trust, not even really in trust, in case you damage something in the house, or in case you damage our water meters, etc., must be refunded, and we have always refunded. Chair, I have not seen any complaint with respect to that, unless people are disputing the amount where there's been damage. But that is our policy in our finance policy. We've attached it, and as well as in we've said what the Water Act says. I think it is section. There's 131 which is general. 131 just open it for me. 131 of the Water Act talks about monies collected. It says that all funds collected for water services by the licensed water service providers holding county or national public assets on behalf of the public through water services bills and other sources shall be used entirely for the purpose of covering costs for the provision of water services and asset development according to regulations made by the regulatory board. So, Chair, I don't know how else to explain. When you go to the bank, Chair, maybe you have, I know you're very rich because I know you're becoming a governor. Your money for Osoti is not in a box. No, your money as Osoti in cooperative bank here, there is no box written Osoti that this is your money. Those Amasai went to an ATM, removed. Okay, no, let me not say the community. Withdrew 50,000. Then went inside and told the teller, if I find my money on the road again, mutaniona. There is no specific where your money is.
Yeah. Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
I withdraw.
And Senator
Yes, withdraw.
Chair, because I'm stepping out, Governor. There is no water in Riverside and bills are coming every time.
In my office.
So kindly check about that.
Yeah. But you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The commitment is that when you need it, it is given back to you. But there is no specific shelf in COP with saying Tobiko. Or your money is used by the bank. People borrow your money. The bank will use it for its operations, etc. But the contractual agreement or the legal commitment, what needs to be done is that it recovers any damages done, that amount. So you just have a statement that yes, we have your 20,000 shillings whenever you need it. But there's no law prohibiting the use of that money, Chair. So I understand the letter of the law as Lucy has read out Radoli, but the spirit of why water service providers collect money is to further the objectives of the company. That is my opinion, Chair.
Yeah. So, Senator Tobiko.
Chair.
And Chair, for the record, Sakaja is a Maasai, like originally a Maasai.
No,
Great grandfather,
Chair.
even my CC here.
Chair, I wasn't even getting into that. Chair, I wasn't going into that because I believe that's on a light touch. Chair, I wanted to follow on the customer deposits. Really, we can't let the governor get away with this one because the amount first involved is quite substantial. It over $1 billion. That's if I saw it well. And the legal person has explained you cannot commingle these funds with other funds. At any one time, we should be able to know that the customer deposits are secure. It's okay. It can be used to generate income, more income, and I think that is why they've been able to pay interest. But there must be a way that this money is seen that it's secure, it's available, whether it's earning interest, that the better. But we cannot just say because the customers' money is here and the institutions, the water companies' money is here, you can't tell which is which. Chair, on this one, the county must show us with no uncertain terms that these funds are secure and they're available and there is a structured manner that they are dealing with those monies.
Senator Mbugo.
Chair, and I want the legal to listen here. You know, the governor has cornered us with this registration of 1974. First of all, I want to tell this committee whether it is still valid because it is referring to the council. And Governor, you have also said that you want now to be paying with the deposit without the interest. But this document is saying when you are refunding, it will be with interest. Will you amend this rule of 1974 or what will happen? But first of all, I want to know, is it still a valid rule?
Chair, remember that all legal obligations that arose or were on the part of the defunct local authorities, that county governments are the legal successors in law. So the legal obligations that arise, any provisions that are applicable, continue to apply. The government didn't stop, the running of the country didn't stop in 2010 and then reset. Even at the national government, there are laws that were passed in 1997 that still apply to the current administration and require the discharge of these functions. Secondly, Chair, remember that the position has been with respect to how we deal with the security deposits, that there must be an indication whether by a board policy or a certain law that is passed by the county governments to dictate how we deal with these security deposits. And in the annexures that have been provided by the county government, Chair, there's a board policy, Finance Services Policy, July 2021, Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company. The security deposits paragraph 7.8 provides that all contracted customers must pay a refundable security deposit. Deposits from customers are recognized when received. A simple interest on the deposit is accrued at a 3% per annum. Upon de-enrollment, the security deposit is refunded inclusive of the interest. So, Chair, for purposes of our discussion today, as I've indicated before, these security deposits, the legal title to them, let me put it that way, is that these are refundable. It's a refundable asset that belongs to the customer, that at the point of the termination of the commercial relationship, which is referred to in this policy as upon the enrollment, the security deposit is refunded inclusive of the interest. Chair, the other component of this security deposit is that, as I've indicated, it is a financial safeguard for the service provider against potential loss that arises from damage to property. So it serves those two bases. So perhaps what the committee has been trying to communicate, not just to this particular county, but to the rest, is number one, is there a policy that dictates how these customer deposits are dealt with? But Chair, we must be clear to His Excellency that the customer deposits are an asset that are refundable to the customer. So as Senator Tobiko is observing, they can't be dealt with in a manner that does not take into account whether they are safe or not, including, Chair, to be honest with you, in trust law, that when monies are held in trust for you, the obligations that arise are fiduciary in nature, that how they are dealt with is in a manner that they will not be eroded. So I think that's what the committee is looking for, those assurances from the county government. Thank you, Chair.
I think she has dealt with the matter very conclusively. And
Chair, the assurance of the safety of the money is in the refunding. And that has not been an issue. We always refund when that relationship ends. And that is in our policy, which has been read out. Chair, if the Senate wants this money to be kept aside in a special account, in a box somewhere, you can legislate. For now, there is no law that speaks to it specifically. And so the lack of that legal provision is not something that we're taking advantage of. We're not using that money to do the wrong thing, or to do something not related to our mandate. But it is being used even for the benefit of that customer. Keeping it safe doesn't mean just putting it in a box and locking it. Keeping it safe is making sure the company is in a financial status to be able to refund you when you need your money, Chair. Chair, number two, the age of the law doesn't negate its viability. Today, Traffic Act we use is commenced on the 11th of November 1953, the Traffic Act. And on a light note, that is the same act that gives power to only 3 people to stop traffic in Nairobi: the police, ambulance emergency services, or cattle herders. That law is clear. In fact, that's why I say when you see people herding cattle, the law has allowed them to stop traffic and to divert traffic. Now, until that law changes, because of the origin of Nairobi, why Nairobi came from and what it means, and our community owns it, and that's why that law applies to date. Until you amend it, you cannot charge that cattle herder with obstruction, because that law of 1953 still applies. It has not been repealed. So when this law of 1974 still applies, it has not been repealed. We're just, and I like how Lucy has put it, we are the legal successor of the former councils. So, Chair, now when you legislate, people legislate to cure mischief, or there must be an intention to legislate. Yeah. So if you want to legislate around those deposits, is it in the interest of the citizen or the county, where there has not been any threat of that money having been misused? Because we always refund. It's in our policy to refund, plus with interest. It's just me who's saying that I don't think we should add that, and the company is thinking about whether the interest is, because it assumes that you've put it in just a special account that is growing, which as a Sakaja box, The trust that I have with the bank as a Sakaja box. The trust that I have with the bank is the day I need it. The day I go to an available, that money must always be available, and has always been available, and that is our policy, Chair. So it's up to you to legislate as Parliament.
Honorable members, I think there is no clarity in law on the issue of having a separate bank account for customer deposits. What we have is just some guidelines from WASREM saying that we need a separate account. So this is an opportunity for us to amend the Water Act to make it very specific that customer deposit should be in a separate account. So I think we leave it at that point. And the auditor, I hope you get that. This is an advice from our legal counsel that the Water Act is not very specific on the issue of a separate account. So we can only amend it to say that. And WASREB only issues directives, guidelines, which are not specifically supported by Water Act. So we leave it at that point. Honorable members, let's proceed to the next query.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. The next query is query number 10 on non-disclosure of material uncertainty related to going concern. The statement of charges in equity reflects a loss of Kenya shillings 236,496,853 and prior year adjustment of Kenya shillings 118,101,768, which decreased the revenue reserves from a negative balance of Kenya shillings 3 billion to 91,513 and 5 as at that June 2024 to a negative balance of Kenya shillings 3,646,000,000 111,645 as at that June 2025. Further, the company's current liabilities balance of Kenya shillings 7 billion 199,336,525 exceeded current assets balance of Kenya shillings 4 billion 726,176,551, resulting to a negative working capital of Kenya shillings 2 billion 473,159,974. The material uncertainty relating to going concern was not disclosed in the financial statements. The company is therefore technically insolvent and may not be able to meet its current obligations as and when they fall due. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, your response?
Let me read what is here. Although I've just seen something I don't agree with. But that's all matter. The company is operating on a tariff that was approved in 2023, which I agree with. We have requested for tariff indexation, and we're engaging WASREB for a new tariff that is responsive to the existing conditions at any given time, which will improve working capital and liquidity position. The company is not technically insolvent as reported. If all assets operated by the company are transferred to the company, it will improve the financial position of the company. Chair, the part I don't agree with, which you can amend my response since I'm here. Why shareholders, Joe Akech, the mayor that time, I think Mbugu actually, the town water, are 3 people. The shareholders of Nairobi Water is Sakaja Johnson, the governor of Nairobi, Maureen Jerry, the CEC of Green Nairobi, and the county secretary holding it in trust. And when that changes, so imagine putting all these assets in that private company's ownership, you'll be putting them at risk. So the assets remain with us. So imagine putting all these assets in that private company's ownership, you'll be putting them at risk. So the assets remain with the county government that owns the company. And of course, my shares are to hold in trust, because at the registrar, you need to have natural persons as directors, yeah, and shareholders. And so on paper, if you look at the books on paper, the assertion by the Auditor General is correct. But in actual sense, it is not correct. It's just that we have not, and we will not transfer assets to the company that will put those assets at risk in case of debt recovery and such things. I hope I'm a bit clear. So, William Andika Poleni, maybe you think based on this? No, it is safer. And remember, counties are corporate entities. That's the difference between county governments and the national government. In the national government, the only corporate or executive entity is the CEC, the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury. That's why all national government assets, the title deeds etc., are held by the CS National Treasury. The national government is not a corporate entity, but the county government itself is a corporate entity. That's why the governor is a CEO and he comes here. But the president does not go to National Assembly because he's not a CEO, he's not a corporate entity. I hope you understand. So you'd rather hold your assets within the larger corporate entity and use your service providing company just to utilize the assets, but don't transfer them because of the risk that you might have, Chair. So I agree with the Auditor General in terms of the analysis of the situation, but I'm just giving context that it is not really the fact of it. If I was just to value, for instance, the land in Kabete that we own, or the how many 100 acres in Tasumo, the 1,000 acres in Ruai, where we have our sewer company, I mean our water treatment. If I just use those 3, I've not even gone to Sazumwa or the offices in Kampala Road in industrial area, just that. Then if we were to value that and put it in our books, the company would look extremely profitable. Yeah. But I will not do that just for. So if there's an accounting way, I'm not an accountant, but if there's a way to recognize them but not transfer them, to show the status. In fact, many people, including the CMA, have come to us saying, why don't you list this company on the stock exchange? You know, because if you list it, the potential for people to buy shares, if it was an IPO on Nairobi Water, many people would buy shares because it's a service that is needed. People pay for it. Our collections have gone up. Chair brought up the collections to 12.68 billion. Chair, this is more than 30 counties combined in terms of revenue. The revenue of Nairobi Water is more than 30 counties combined. But you see, I must protect its assets as a steward of the county of Nairobi.
Okay, I hear you, Governor. I think what the auditor has raised, he has not gone into the substance of material uncertainty. He has simply said that it was not reported in the statement, that there was no disclosure in the statement, that there is negative working capital. So maybe, auditor, you can respond to that, and then I open the floor to the members. Auditor, your comments on
Yes, Chair. You put it rightly, Chair, that there's negative working capital. And in working capital, we're looking at the current assets minus the current liabilities. So, Chair, we're not looking at all the assets, including the fixed assets, as the governor is indicating, the land and all that. Those are fixed assets. But the working capital is negative at 2.4 billion. That's a fact as it is, Chair.
the current assets includes the receivables that we are talking about.
Correct, Chair.
Yeah, so they are referring to negative working capital. So they didn't go into the insolvency. So, Senator Mbugwa?
In that case, I agree. There's no need to debate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Now that the governor has addressed the issue of assets, with the indulgence, Chair, maybe you would give the governor the opportunity to respond to the issues of the statement which was brought to this committee about what is alleged to be massive loss of assets of Nairobi waters, so that maybe he can respond and we can handle this.
Look, that statement was brought by Senator Cherargei, and he's not here. He's gone to the funeral. And because we are constrained of time, members, I wish to suggest that the document, since it was referred to this committee by the Speaker, we allow the county to respond to it through written responses later. Because if we go into this, then we will not be able to finish our work today. And you know, we have alcoholic still waiting for us. So let me just direct that, yes, we have received it, but they will respond to it through written responses. Since even the questioner is not here, he's attending a funeral.
Yeah, I've just seen the statements, and I think it's something that we can respond to in writing.
Yeah, and again, we need to give justice to the county because they need to have time to digest this statement.
Chair.
Senator,
Yeah, I'm saying I'm just hoping the governor will come up with the financial restructuring strategies for the implementation of to improve the liquidity, and I'm hoping that one is in place. Otherwise, of course, he will still have the same issues.
Part of the problem is like transferred liabilities from the council. For instance, the pension debt, which we had been considering, it's around, was it 2.43 billion? If you sort that out just alone, balances it out. But that was transferred. Remember, the workers, when we formed Nairobi Water Company, the workers moved from the department, that time it was a department in the city council, to this newly formed company, and they moved with those liabilities. So the transferred liabilities are also an issue, but I agree with Senator Hamida that restructuring for the purpose of our records be done on the current assets and current liabilities. A lot of it is what we are owed, which you have committed that you're going to assist us with. And how we solve the issue of is it lap fund or lap trust debt? Which one is it? Lap trust, yeah. The lap trust debt. We were going to, in fact, I had passed in my executive committee for the company to go get a debt. I mean, to borrow. And it was going to the assembly, but I withdrew it because when I looked at the interest on that debt, and I had something coming up which was still about to conclude, where the national government is swapping because of the money we found that they owe us, with account to land in Garrison, etc., that has been done by the Supreme Court. I felt it would be more profitable for us to just have that settled by the national government as a debt swap because they owe us 68 billion shillings. So they'll be able to cover the 2.4. So it's something that is ongoing in terms of just restructuring and getting the best deal for the city. The interest on that loan would have been too high, but I also feel the pain of the pensioners who really want this expedited and done fast. And I know that is not a question today. I don't know if it's a question. It's not a question today. But that is the situation. So I agree with the auditor on how the books look like and the numbers look like. Let's work on that restructuring so that by the time we're coming back, it is clear on these current assets versus current liabilities, the steps we've taken to recover the decision.
Okay, very well. I think the easiest route is to just work on the receivables, and then the negative working capital will disappear. Yeah, and I think we had said that we will come in as a committee to help you. So, honorable members, we move on to the next query.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The next query is on the next section of the report on lawfulness and effectiveness in use of public resources. Paragraph number 2, wrong outstanding trade and other payables. The statement of financial position and as disclosed in note 29 to the financial statements reflects trade and other payables balance of Kenya shillings 5,858,016,648. However, included in the balance are trade and other payables and long outstanding audit fee balances of Kenya shillings 4,385,877,249 and Kenya shillings 21,316,980, which had been outstanding for more than 180 days and over 6 years respectively. Failure to settle bills in the year to which they relate adversely affects the implementation of the subsequent year's budgeted programs, as the pending bills form a first charge to that year's budget provision. This was contrary to Section 53, Subsection 8 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, which provides that an accounting officer shall not commence any procurement proceedings until satisfied that sufficient funds to meet the obligations of the resulting contracts are reflected in approved budget estimates. In the circumstances, the company is not able to meet its short-term obligations as and when they fall due, and is exposed to loss of funds as a result of fines and interest. Thank you.
The wealth governor, your response?
As observed, Chair, the company payables stood at 5.858 billion 016,648,000, which is really due to a low tariff, which is not cost recovery. Chair, the tariff of Nairobi water is the lowest in the country, and we keep engaging WASREP for approval, at least at the minimum, of a cost recovery tariff, and we would need assistance, because for as long as we do not have that, this cannot change. I don't know if the MD would create more context, but that's really the position we're in. Our tariff does not really even address the cost of giving you that water. Yes, it's a service, but it doesn't even cover it to break even.
Okay. Chair, as the governor said, our current tariff in terms of the cost recovery stands at around 90%. And for you to be able to operate viable, you need to recover your cost recovery by 100%. However, we requested for the new tariff, and as we speak now, we've gotten a tariff that is going to enable us recover all our costs 100%.
Auditor, your comments on the response?
Thank you, Chair. I agree that once if they are able to get a new tariff, hopefully maybe the position may improve and settle the debts.
Okay. Although from what we discussed on the receivables, I don't think tariff is the only issue. I think if all the receivables were recovered, because the receivables were coming to 8.8 million, and this is 5.8, I think it will balance it off.
Yes, Chair. It will balance it off as a one-off. But then even as you go on without the tariff, you will still now start lagging behind again until it accumulates. But Chair, I agree with you. Really, if you can help us with that, with those receivables, especially from government institutions. We're still in discussions. I know the MD has said we've gotten the tariff. I still don't like that tariff, because one of the things we're incorporating in the tariff is what we call a conservancy fee. Conservancy fee is something I saw growing up in this city, where when you paid for water, you had also paid for garbage, and you'd paid for that collection. Chair, one of the biggest challenges we have in the city is solid waste management, because of the costing of it. And even as we're doing a partnership with the national government, for instance, the end-to-end solution that we're doing is 6 billion shillings. That 6 billion shillings, the county government is paying for, the national will be supporting by 2. I know some people think, the impression has been created that the national government is coming to collect trash in Nairobi. That is not the case. They are adding just 2 or so billion to the 6 billion cost. Now, how do you get it? How do you recoup this? Before in Nairobi, if you paid 500 shillings, 50 bob, or around 10% of it, would actually go to general waste management, and then ultimately you'd be given even a bin written NCC, etc. Kisumu has been given that conservancy fee. They have it. But WASREP looks hesitant to giving Nairobi a conservancy fee. Yet this is the capital that requires cleaning, because, Chair, you have the manpower. We have hired young people, 4,500. Now they're even on permanent pension. There's equipment which we've bought and continue to purchase. And even with the contract we're entering into today, there'll be much more, the refuse compactors, etc. But if you only depend on our exchequer, Chair, the day that equitable share delays, which it always does, you'll have the young people having collected the garbage, but you'll have your vehicles grounded because I will have to pay salaries before I pay fuel, you know. And so that is why within this tariff, we want to include something that makes this Green Nairobi also have working capital to keep moving because it's a logistical exercise. So Ikumana will come to you to help us talk to WASREP because it is something that has been done. It's been done in other counties, but Nairobi has not been given, and even Nairobi has the lowest tariff. So the one which the company might be comfortable with, I think, is still too low. We need to come even at par with other cities like Mombasa and Nakuru.
Chair, through the chair. Thank you, because you have said the status is at around 90%. But I'm concerned, Your Excellency, on the time frame. When are you perceiving that at this point, then we could be implementing the new tariff, and this will now help the company to pick up, and then the stability will come in?
Yeah, that tariff that already has been agreed on, which is not the best, it's not the one I really want, but it still does cost recovery, is effective from 1st of April. It has already been gazetted. It will be effective from 1st of next month. But even then, I'm still pursuing that inclusion of this other conservancy fee etc. that we're talking about, even in the next tariff review. But this one that covers the cost recovery is will start the 1st of next month. It has been gazetted, Senator.
Any more comments? Okay, if there's no any more question or comment, let's proceed to the next query.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The next query is on paragraph 3.3 on stalled projects. A review of the project implementation global matrix for projects undertaken in the financial year ended 30th June 2025 revealed that several projects worth Kenya shillings 851,734,987 had surpassed their completion dates and had stalled. Management did not provide explanation for the delays or stalling. Failure to complete projects within the agreed timelines poses a risk of cost escalations, wastage of public resources, and denies the public the intended benefits and services. This was contrary to Section 151(2) of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015, which provides that the contract implementation team shall be responsible for monitoring the performance of the contractor to ensure that all delivery or performance obligations are met or appropriate action taken by the procuring entity in the event of obligations not being met, and ensure that there is right quality and within the time frame where required.
Thank you. Governor, your response?
Thank you, Chair. The incomplete or stalled projects are due to various reasons. If you look at Annex 22 that we have attached, there are 14 those projects, and some have different issues. Some is accessing where you live. For instance, the Quarry Road sewer works 37.8. Because there's been encroachment of an informal market. However, this related to only 180 meter of a lateral line. The rest were done, taken over by the employer, and have been in use. Greatly improving sanitation of quarries. So I've just listed all of these projects and the reason why we have a challenge. I'll give you an example, Lenana, which is required, and which is my alma mater. I would really want it done, the extension, but the problem was it took so long to acquire the Kenya Railways operation permit. The way live has had encroachment. I made a promise last week when I was there around the area. So we have an existing contractor working on a lifeline which frequently overflows, and I asked them really to expedite because, Chair, we built a new primary school. That was one of the wards in Nairobi without a primary school. There are 14 wards in Nairobi without a primary school, without any public school. And from the time we built it today, it is the second most populated school with 6,000 students in the city. This is a project that is really needed for us to conclude on MD. Other issues with KFS, Wanyaga, water supply, we said the contractor, the amount, but there was a delay with the issuance of KFS and WRA permits. In adverse weather conditions during that period, the EOT was issued, but the contractor did not resume execution of works. So in many of these also we find problems with contractors, where we have to terminate contracts and reissue those contracts, and the tender, the procurement process then starts. So Chair, maybe I can just leave it at that because of time, but I've listed each and every one of them and the reason for stalling.
Okay, members, the stalled projects are in Annex 22 and I think Annex 23. So, Auditor, your comments on that response?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, the support for the justification has been provided. The Annex 2 is also provided. However, these projects are still not completed.
So maybe, Governor, you can tell the committee these contractor issues. Is it because the procurement of the same is not very competitive? What is the reason? Because I see two projects have zero progress, and some of them are running as far as 2014.
I'll ask the finance director, procurement, the director of procurement, not here. Maybe MD, you can answer that on his behalf, kindly, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Some of the delayed project, as the governor said, is in terms of us getting clearance from the wayleaves, it has been a big issue for us. In terms of us also getting clearance from other road bodies like Kera and Kura, it has been an issue. At times we wait almost.
The contractors, the contractors,
yeah. For the contractors, we've initiated the discussion, and in some they have already received in place, but in others, what we've done is we've initiated the termination of those contracts. But in terms of the procurement, our procurement processes are very competitive. Everything that we do through an open tender.
Chair, some of these contractors need to be blacklisted, and I think there needs to be a repository of contractors who are wasting public funds. Because somebody comes, raises a first certificate, they get paid and they disappear. Then you find they have gone to Bungoma County, they're doing another project, they paid one, they disappear, they go to Nakuru. I think there must be a repository of all these people who are criminals, because they are wasting public resources. By the time you retender, you procure again, even some of the work done then becomes lost. And so we'll want you to help us with that. We shall give you a list. And it's not just Nairobi Water, even at the executive. There's so many that we've had to, where it is not occasioned by a delay as pay. Some of these people, they come with the documentation, they show they have the financial capacity, you award them the work, they start and they just stop. And you find it's because they've taken up, some are entrepreneurs really. They've taken up so much other work elsewhere that what you pay them, they use it on another project elsewhere. I don't know how we can ring-fence that in the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. I would want the guidance of the Senate on that.
I think that's a very important observation about contractors who are all over, and they're just doing their projects partially and running around. So, Senator Topiko.
Oh, Chair, these issues of contractors and not just counties, but even the national government and pending bills is a huge monster that we as a nation, we may really want to look for ways of handling it, because there are contractors who are crying that the various governments, be it counties and national, are not paying them. We've seen in the media, some of them are committing suicide, others have died out of pressure, out of stress. And you can now hear that governments are also crying that contractors are not keeping their part of the bargain. They're not doing the jobs that were given to them. So yes, I agree with the governor that we need to follow on those groups, but it's also good that our governments all do pay those good ones. It's very important so that those who are obedient in their work are paid promptly, and they can serve the country, and of course those who are mischievous can also be handled in a specific way. Governor, actually there are those who come to us. It's only that sometimes it's difficult to know how to reach you. True, Governor, there are those who are coming to us and saying Nairobi government owes me over 300 million. Actually, there was one in the legal field who came to me and said, would you be able to help me reach the governor of Nairobi? Nairobi is owing me this much. So, Governor, if you're reachable, we'll bring those good ones to you so that you pay them. And then we deal with the crooks. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, there's been a historic challenge with pending bills and lack of payment. In the last Senate, where I sat and served here, I brought a legislation together with Senator Faria, the prompt payment law that would surcharge procuring entities. Now, as a governor, I'm glad it didn't pass, because it is extremely difficult when exchequer does not come, promptly as well, or collections suffer. Chair, I'm glad and I'm proud of it that I found 109 billion pending in Nairobi. I've reduced it already to 80. Yeah. Imagine from 109 billion to 80 billion in a matter of 3 years, that reduction. Chair, I believe that you must pay suppliers. When I was a member of parliament, I brought the law, the amendment to the Public Procurement Disposal Act that asks for 30% preference and reservations to youth, women, and persons with disability. That was my amendment. Chair, if you see how they have suffered, because they get that job, they get a loan, and then they are not paid because many of them are not able to induce whatever, You have cases of suicide. They're better off if you didn't even give them the job in the first place, Chair. And so on that, I'm 100% in agreement with Senator Tobiko. I know we've had issues with lawyers and their claims. I found them at 21 billion. Imagine the debt of lawyers in Nairobi was 21 billion. We had to sit down and talk to them. Now it has come down to less than 10 billion, just by reassessing those fee notes. But 10 billion is close to my entire own source revenue of 13.8 billion. If I was to pay these debts, there's nothing else we'd do but only pay debt. So there must be also, and I know there's a case that was filed in Nakuru about legal officers. What I did, Chair, we had 40 new lawyers in Nairobi County, boosted our litigation department, got advocates who would, good time post-admission experience, so that we outsource very little work. And I've written to SRC asking them to allow me to pay these advocates a bit better, close to what they would get in a top tier law firm, because what I would save by having them is much more than the debts. Imagine there's a lawyer who came charging us 1.5 billion because they represented Nairobi in a case, a contractor, an activist took us to court for doing renovation of Uhuru Park. So when an activist takes us to court for renovating Uhuru Park, the lawyer is charging us based on the value of Uhuru Park, as if we were selling the park. Yeah, and the problem with the lawyers is that they set the remuneration order in parliament done by themselves. And you find that what they would charge a private entity, I don't think there's any lawyer who's ever charged Safaricom $1 billion or Kenya Airways. But what they charge public entities is criminal. It is wrong. Yeah, I feed 300,000 children every day in Nairobi, 326,000 children at 5 shillings. The entire cost is 1.4 billion. Should I feed 326,000 children or one lawyer? The cost to build a stadium, the Dandora Stadium, is 275 million. Should I build Dandora Stadium, a new stadium in Kawangware or Riruta, or pay Senator Peris's friend who wants legal fees? And these lawyers, you'll pay them, but there's no, they've not built anything. You can't see anything. Wananchi cannot say, oh, you two-term because I'm a lipa mawakili. But you see, they will say because of something they have seen, they're getting water. And so there's that. Yes, they have done work, but there must be a balance. I think a conversation must be had in this country about professional services and what they charge public entities. Because, rather get to service level agreements, etc. But what I've done, and actually just hiring those lawyers, has saved me so far maybe every year around 1 billion. Just hiring them. And their cost is not even 200 million in total, And so I'm building a state law office or a county law office, just like the office of the Attorney General. The office of the county attorney in Nairobi is now the best resourced in the country, with more than 50 advocates. We had 40, but already there were those there. Every department today has legal advice. You find somebody taking us to court for adding rent, house rent, from 10,000 to 17,000, then the lawyer is charging you 60 million. Surely. There's no value. There's no value there because they're charging the value of the house, So that's an ongoing discussion.
Well, you are lucky that Senator Ugenda is no longer a member of this
Hey, let's not go even there.
Well, Senator
Every day there's a warrant of arrest some of my people.
Yes, Chair, Governor, yes, I see this report and it's a bit worrying. And I think, Chair, maybe we can request the county government to add another quorum. Yes, we can see the contract sum, the project progress, but we should also have a quorum of what has been paid, maybe in terms of an advance payment, so that when we are retreating to do a proper report lighting, we can capture that. But also I'm interested in knowing when you get a contract like this company which got a contract of 107 million, he has not done nothing. He has done nothing. Do you ask for a performance guarantee?
Yes.
Because there is a recourse for you.
Yes.
Because you've suffered and you should get something from them. So maybe you should tell us what maybe the county has gained.
MD, take that.
Chair, in terms of our contract, we don't make any advance payment. Any payment is based on what the contractor has done or the certificate that has been presented. In terms of the bank guarantee, yes, we've initiated discussions with the various contractors who are unable to deliver, and now we'll be able to recover that money from the bank.
The point he has raised, which MD through the governor you needed to advise the committee, is on this schedule. You indicate how much has been paid so far.
Yeah, we can
provide that. After how long, MD?
By Monday, we'll be able to provide the information.
Okay, you can send it to the clerk. So, honorable members, we proceed to the next query.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The next query is on paragraph 4 on staff costs, paragraph 4.2 on non-remittance of retirement benefits. The statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income, and as disclosed in note 10 to the financial statements, reflects staff costs amount of Kenya shilling 6,965 million for 34,797, which further includes an amount of Kenya shilling 770 million 758,128 relating to retirement benefits in respect to National Social Security Fund, Provident Fund, Pension Fund, and Gratuity. No evidence was provided to show that the amounts were remitted to the respective schemes. This was contrary to Section 19(4) of the Employment Act 2007, which provides that an employer who deducts an amount from an employee's remuneration in accordance with subsection 1A, F, G, and H should pay the amount so deducted in accordance with the time period and other requirements specified in the law. Thank you.
Governor, your response?
This one, sit out so I'll read what I responded.
Yeah, you can.
But this is the finance and the MD. The company strives to ensure that it pays all its statutory obligations within the set timelines. All pension payments for NSSF, Madison, and Lab Trust are up to date. The problem is Lab Fund in arrears for 5 months. Then gratuity, of course, is only a provision paid on the anniversary of the contract. Chair, I think the finance director and the MD should tell us why is in arrears.
MD?
Chair, in terms of lab fund, by the time of audit, yes, we are in arrears for 5 months. But where we are currently, we've paid the 2 months. Now we're in arrears for 3 months. And the reason why we are in these arrears at times is the cash flow constraints. As we mentioned earlier, the tariff that you are given, we are not able to recover our cost 100%. We're only doing at 90%. So at times we are having the issue of cash flow constraint, but however, we are committed to make sure that all the pending arrears we're able to clear it by the end of this financial year.
So how much do you owe? How much do you owe lab fund?
On a monthly basis, we pay around 20 million. So now in terms of arrears is around 60 million.
And the other one, Lab Trust?
Lab Trust, we are not in arrears.
The figures before the committee are
the 2.4 billion. That is what the historical.
Yeah, historical.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that's the one I was explaining, Chair, that I hesitated to take a loan to pay that debt. Yeah. It is the one that was carried over when the staff moved from the Nairobi City Council then to Nairobi Water Company, and we're finding a more cost-effective way of resolving that, Chair.
Now, this committee has done an inquiry around the issue of pension, outstanding pension, and there was a task force that was constituted by the CS for Treasury, courtesy of this committee. But we are unable to proceed, Governor, because the task force says they did an input from Mombasa and Nairobi, which they are not getting on the options that they have suggested.
No, that is not true. Chair, I sat with this committee at Treasury, and I even gave them advice on, you see, some of the rates are defined by the law. You have two types of schemes. You have DB and DC. DB is a defined benefit scheme, which all closed, which is Love Trust. But you have defined contribution scheme. And we were able to reduce, in terms of the formula, the debt owed significantly. In fact, like right now, Nairobi County has zero debt to LAP fund, but only the percentage. So in that committee, if they tell you, I actually guided them on how to calculate the actual deficit, because you don't do the actual deficit and the interest at the same time when addressing countries. And they were able now to give us a new percentage. Well, I think, who was with me there? The finance team is not here. So I engage them, and this is also my background. I understand how to get that done, and they were able to actually reduce it. Maybe Mombasa has not gone, but I was there. I joined them at the CS's boardroom. The meeting was chaired by one Albert Mwenda from Treasury, and in fact I spotted the errors that they had, because you see the problem was that the proposal was being done by their own consultants, and as a presenter I told them, no, that is not how you calculate the interest accrued and the actual deficit owed by institutions on a DC scheme, on a defined contributory scheme. So the task force should be able to report back to this house and to review what is owed by different entities, Chair.
Chair.
Yes.
For the arrears, for the 3 months, how much are the penalties accrued?
Based on, we had a discussion with the lab fund, and based on the goodwill, they are not charging us any penalties. We are just paying what we owe them.
Chair, and that amount is not much. I'll ask that we just sort it out next week. Find 60 is not too much. Yeah, you have it. You committed to pay in 3 months. Okay, there's an agreement to pay, but you see, you pay, but you stay You pay the debt plus the current. Payments every month. So that's good. That's what we've agreed with Lab Fund. No penalties. Yeah. And I really want to thank the Lab Fund. They have been very good partners for us and for our staff.
Okay, I think the issue of the historical debts, that is being handled separately.
Yes.
We will. I think in April we are going to invite the task force to appear before us, and we may need the assistance of Nairobi and Mombasa County to finalize that process, because they have come up with several measures which they are recommending, which we need to discuss. One is they are saying that they can do asset swapping. They are also talking about coming up with a repayment plan, which is supported by COB. They are also saying that they can, which is a controversial one, they may engage the national government to come up with a bond to deal with that. Then counties can pay. So that is a discussion which we will need your maximum input.
Chair, and I spoke to them too. You see, even this, for instance, Lab Trust. Lab Trust began in Nairobi County, where the owners of Lab Trust. It started in 1929, with our council. It was for senior employees. Many of them were the Europeans. Lab Fund then was an offshoot because they felt they don't want to sit with now when Africans were coming into government from 1960. I've sat with them and I've shown them how you can be able, first of all, to cover the current issues. That one has no excuse. We can blame past administrations for not having done their part, but currently we must always be on time. That's why I've thrown it back to this team. But what we have been against, Chair, for Nairobi, we're not going to do asset swaps. Chair, one of the biggest problems we have was the Mariakani swap that was done by previous administrations, where even value has not been derived. Many of these ones, they become undervalued. And so we agreed to do joint venture projects where the county also gets value on top of the payment of their debt. But you can't just give away your property or your land, because two things. One, there's a ratio that these retirement benefit organizations must maintain on liquidity, assets versus cash. But number two, the value of those assets, always the county will get a raw deal. It'll always be a raw deal to the counties, But there are creative ways through which to pay them, including if you allowed us to securitize some revenue. There are certain revenue streams that are so consistent, like parking or land rates, that if a portion of it then is securitized, you'll sort out all county debts in a year or two. Another way to look at it for us, specifically as Nairobi, was that swap of debt, not of assets, from the 68 billion owed to us as determined by the Supreme Court, by the national government. And because they have those resources, you see the difference between a county and national government, which is why we're partnering. The county is constrained. I have 20 billion from the Senate, 13.8 from collection. What I need to do for Nairobians, I must find a way to squeeze it there. But the national government says, what do you want to do for Kenyans? I have a manifesto. So you cost first what you want to do, then how much you collect in taxes, and the rest you finance the deficit through borrowing. Counties are not being allowed to do it. And you see, that is why, unless a county like Nairobi partners with them, will not be able to go ahead. So I'd be very happy to refresh that engagement with that committee. I will reach out to Albert, because I think our last engagement was quite useful. And I will reach out to Mombasa on behalf of the Senate and informally to ask also my friend, the CEC Finance. The CEC Finance was here in Parliament. He was my clerk, called Oanda Evans. And we work very closely. And so if both of us go there, because we're the biggest culprits in terms of how much we owe these provident funds and retirement schemes, we should be able to solve it for posterity. It's not a problem we caused, but we're the ones who can finish it. And I think that would be a good legacy for us too.
Okay. So, honorable members, I think we have two bits. This query is about the current which we have agreed, but we also have the historical, which is not in this query, but we are dealing with it separately. So let's proceed to the next query. Is it non-revenue water?
Yes, Chair. Paragraph number 5, unaccounted for non-revenue water. During the year under review, the company produced a total of 215,292,106 cubic meters of water. However, only 108,383,164 cubic meters were billed to customers. The unbilled volume of 106,908,942 cubic meters, representing 50% of the total water produced, with a sale value of Kenya shillings 11,961,024,350 at an average price of Kenya shillings 111.88 cubic meters per cubic meter, constitutes non-revenue water. This level of non-revenue water is significantly above the allowable limit of 25% provided in Schedule A of the Water Services Regulatory Board or SREB guidelines. Consequently, the company exceeded the allowable loss by 26%, equivalent to approximately Kenya shillings 8,566,579,601. This high level of NRW undermines the company's profitability and retains its long-term financial sustainability. In the circumstances, the company possibly lost an estimated amount of Kenya shillings 11,961,024,350 or 50% non-revenue water. Thank you.
Yes, Governor, I can see your response is too long. We have it in our files. Maybe you can try and summarize.
Yeah,
its response.
Allow me to summarize, Chair. Non-revenue water is the biggest challenge of any water service provider. There are two types of non-revenue. There's the revenue losses. There's commercial and
physical.
The physical. Chair, we have very old infrastructure, which we have to keep improving on, where we have leakages, especially, for instance, where we are here today. The infrastructure here was done in 1947. Actually, no, 1936, thereabout, because that is when we had done OP, the judiciary, which was put up in 1930, City Hall built in 1935. Imagine that infrastructure has never been changed. So you have a lot of mechanical losses based on leakages across. I know the allowable limit is 25%, but there are different interventions that then sort it out. Chair, for instance, when we removed offtakes from Kiambu and Githunguri, we reduced it immediately, instantly by 3%, just by cutting the offtakes from Kiambu and Githunguri. We have areas, for instance, Langata had never been receiving water. Yeah. And in December, I went and launched now their water through another route, through Karen. Because my good people in Kibra, where the line was going through, had punctured holes in the line going to Langata. We concretized it, but still they went through it. So it's theft of water. We've worked with water police. There was a lady on Airport North Road where I went to. Her place looks like a kiosk, but when you enter, there is a ladder going down. She had 16 pumps, 16 from our main line on Airport North Road. And those 16, she's supplying apartments. In fact, this lady she should be written about because she's supplying water and electricity. She's Kenya Power and Nairobi Water. But outside, you think she's selling mandazi. And so you have a lot of these people who have infiltrated physically the line. The solution is use of technology. Yeah. Now, the use of technology works once we have, I'll give you an example of the SCADA system. You see the SCADA system that we put into these pipes will be able to tell us where there are these infiltrations. But it only works when your pipe has water up to a certain level. Because when you see the pipe is cylindrical, if the water is below half, then that SCADA also it's measuring air, you know, so a lot of that doesn't help you. But when it's above that, and that is what we're doing with now the new water sources. Remember, there's a deficit of around 220 thereabout, isn't it, million liters of water. So we're putting smart bulk meters, area metering, or rather regional metering, ultrasonic flow meters for these other water service providers, and so dealing with that mechanical aspect. And some of it is Ukora. The areas, Chair, that you'd find a whole section. I don't know whether I should mention this one specifically because, for instance, the areas within the CBD that were never being built because somebody was collecting that money from there. You can imagine the entire university way. These are serious buildings. So also some of it is criminal, you know, and we'd want the agencies involved to look into it. And I'm glad the team we have now, really led by the board chairman and the MD, are looking at those aspects. I'm chair on the commercial. So chair, there's asset management, removing illegal water connections, but ultimately the use of technology is what is going to help us. Chair, once it is implemented, I'll be able to look at my phone and get an alert as the governor telling me in Githurai there's been an interference with your line, and it shows exactly where it is for people to go. Now, for that to be done, there are these two projects that I said earlier that we're pursuing in terms of Maragua 4, which is part of what we're getting through the cooperation agreement, and the Ngedo. So we'll have enough water to deploy that technology. But the one for smart meters is ongoing. How many have been done so far, MD?
We've done almost 1,000 smart.
MD, use the mic for.
Yeah, in CPD, we've done almost 1,000 in terms of the smart meters. And also in CPD, there's a tender that has been awarded by the national government. We are replacing all the network pipes within the CPD area. And when you look at the non-revenue that is being reported in CPD, is around 52%. So by us redoing that network, we'll be able to reduce non-revenue completely to around the desired level of 25%.
So Chair, in this financial year, there's a budget for replacing the aged pipeline in the CBD, which includes Kaloleni. You know, Ziwani is one of the oldest estates, but it still has that old network. Maringo, Isili, then Ngara and Parklands, Roysambu, Zimmerman, and Githurai 44, and Loy Mbakasi. And because of now the lack of those resources and the lack of the ability for us to borrow commercially as we should, we've staggered it between this past financial year 24-25 up until 28-29. If we got support to do it faster, we'll be able to have done it faster. So that's on technical, bulk metering and aged infrastructure and asset mapping. On commercial, it is really the illegal connections. And you see, we have to keep working with them. For instance, the Kibra team, those who take our water and now sell it to an inch. You know, sometimes you say, if you can't beat them, you join them. I told my team, sit with them, make them your suppliers. Let us agree on a cost of what, because they buy water from us at, or rather there's 50 cents and sell at 20 shillings to the end user. The end user just wants water. The same with power. Power is being removed in informal settlements. I told them, the Mwananchi is suffering and you're not getting money. Make those thieves your suppliers. Reduce for them a tariff, give them in bulk, and give them the proper materials, because the reason we have a fire every day, 3 fires in Nairobi, is because of those illegal connections. So that is what we're doing in terms of the technical losses and the commercial losses. Business re-engineering, creation of monitoring units, etc., and smart metering. So, Chair, the support we would need from the Senate really is helping it help make it easier for subnational governments to borrow. Why should we? The amount of money we'll save by doing these projects, for instance, in one financial year, is more than what we are losing by staggering a project until the financial year 28-29. Chair. So I don't know. Is there anything to add on revenue? Yes, that's my chief officer.
Yeah, Chair. We want to appreciate the report that has indicated that that was read does allow only up to 25%. But we also want just to bring to your attention
that these tariffs are normally negotiated. And every now and then when a tariff is issued, non-revenue is considered. I will wish to, yes. And Chair, if you look at the tariff that you've been given right now, the allowable non-revenue is actually at 47%. Two is at 47% by WASREP. So we are trying to move that from 47 downwards to around 30.
Yeah, but even I don't like it. Though that's what is allowable, I think we can reduce it. If you look at who is the best in the region, is it Kampala? Yeah. No, region. Think of big one. Kenya, Uganda.
Nyeri water is the one that is doing well at
Nyeri is good, yeah,
18%.
Kampala is 25. Some of these ones are held by their terrain, because it's healing. They have very little technical losses. Chair, another loss was because of our success. When we added 140 million liters per day, people in Karen were getting water and they have never had a proper, they had no meters. We had to do a crash program to actually provide meters because they were using boreholes. They have never had water ever. Chair, there are areas, and a list for you, Mihango, Sun Valley, Langata, where I was in December, Royal Park, the wider Ngei Park 2, Utawala, Ruai, I was there the other day. Those were like for the first time they're getting water. But see, we couldn't deny them water before we've installed the meters. And so that is work we're really trying to work hard to do faster because they're willing to pay. The other day I was in the PS said, please, I feel so bad as a government employee. In my house in Karen, I'm getting water, but I have no meter. I'm not paying, but we are receiving it. Please expedite. And I called the MD to go to go sort him out. So part of it is also being victims of success. So in as much as the allowable is 47%, which is, I don't know, they just guessed county 47 and give us 47%. We need to reduce it to around 30. I believe. Of course, there are certain areas where we have to give water for free. Chair, in some of the informal settlements, if you're not able to do that, we'll have cholera issues, we'll have health problems that then cost us still as a county much more in provision of those health services. So sometimes it's a service you have to, and remember the aim of the company is not to make profit, it's to serve all Nairobians. This is a service that you're giving. Every money we get, remember, we're not plowing back to shareholders. Every money we get is reinvested in increasing the network, in supporting and expanding this network. So where we need more support, we will come back to you. But we've seen reduction based on just removing, and it's cat and mouse. You will remove the illegal ones. Case water tobacco. Imagine infiltrating a concreted water pipeline. So now it has gone down because the water to Langata is coming by gravity from all the way from Udhiru coming through where is it, Kabete to Dagoreti, now Karen by gravity to Langata. So the line from Kibra is restricted now to sort out that area. Langata people, and Langata has had water problem since I was a child. I remember. Langata was known for not having water. But today ask them and they will tell you they have never seen it. In fact, they think it's a lie. It will stop. It will not stop. We're going to make it better and we keep improving it. So Chair, allow me to leave it there for non-revenue. I'm glad to engage the members and also the auditor on it because this one will always be a query.
Okay, Auditor, your comments on the response from the county?
I think, Honorable Chair, I think for us is to wait and see the effect of the measures in the next financial audit.
My issue, Governor, is as you rightly say, the losses are both commercial and physical. There are queries that audit has raised on the billing. There are issues of active accounts having zero bill, and the issue of active accounts having to be estimated, bill being estimated. This I believe it has some correlation with the non-revenue water. Maybe you can explain.
There is, and I wish to an extent the enforcement power of the water service company be enhanced, even by having sometimes armed officers I don't want to describe vividly what happens when my officers are chased by dogs, when they go to read meters. So, when they can't access property, then you have to estimate based on usage. But smart meter will resolve that because we'll be able to see from where we are. We don't have to come physically to read your meter. It's digital. We can see it from our end. So maybe MD, you can expand on that. And I hope you've never been chased.
Those are the scenarios, Chair, we keep on encountering. However, what we are doing is we are leveraging on technology. We are buying the smart meters so that those customers who are unable to open for us the gates, we are able to install the smart meters. In terms of those customers that are having zero consumption, we are doing a lot of analysis. We've invested in what we call the business intelligence system. And one of the discoveries we've noted is our customers keep on removing those meters. When there's the time for them to get water at night, they disconnect those meters so that the water is flowing directly to their tank. So when you go to read the meter, you realize that there was no meter movement. So what we've done to that is we've procured the meter seals. We want to seal those meters so that any tampering, we realize that the customer has tampered with those meters, we are able to now tell them that, we'll have concrete evidence that the meter has been tampered with.
But yeah, we would need amendments of the law, even the penal code, to make it so expensive to interfere with such infrastructure. Because people can't just, how do you disconnect a meter and get away with it? And you see, that there are some categories of my people who have come to understand. Some only pay when you catch them. And until they are caught, they will never pay you. But removing is government property. It should be seen as economic sabotage. Disconnecting a meter when water is coming and then reconnecting it. Of course, the technology will help us because we'll get those alerts. But it must be, I think, the penal code, or I don't know which law you can help us. Lucy, you can guide us. That the fine or the cost of, I can do one in the county assembly, but I want the statute, which is more, the hierarchy of laws. It is higher, to actually make it criminal offense to interfere with the public infrastructure that is providing a service like water.
There was a bill, maybe Lucy, you can advise. There was a bill in National Assembly, critical infrastructure bill. How far is it?
Chair, maybe I can check on its status because it wasn't in our house, it was in the other house.
Check, because I think that's a bill that can address that, and not just water, even other services like electricity.
Our street lights are always being vandalized.
ICT,
yes,
all that. So, members, the floor is yours on non-revenue water. Senator Tobiko.
Chair, I like the raft of measures that the governor has proposed that they are going to undertake, and I believe they will pay off. But Chair, what has impressed me most is the fact that the governor admits, that there are both physical and commercial losses. Most of the times, when we are here with majority of the governors, they are always insisting on infrastructural losses. The physical losses, and not admitting that there are commercial losses that they can address. Majority of them are always on the physical losses. And so, Governor, I listened to you and I said, you could be one very honest governor. And so if you deal with the issue of the billing, I'm sure there will be a lot of improvements in Nairobi. I don't know whether the staff of Nairobi county government have changed from that old mentality of city council. Majority of us have lived in this town for quite a while. I came to Nairobi when I was age 18. I've never gone back. Apart from having a home in Kajiado, but I basically live in Nairobi. you would understand sometimes why Nairobians set dogs on these people, because they will come. When they see your bill is high, they will, tell you, oh, tutafute shortcut, nipe kitu kiasi hivi, and then after that, we'll write off your bill, and you pay because you want the water not to be disconnected. But later on, the same bill will resurface, now even bigger, and so people get very frustrated. But nowadays, I see as if things have really improved. I don't know whether maybe it's a side of town that now I live on. Because one time when I was in Buruburu, I used to feel very bad about those Nairobi council, county council then. So, Chair, maybe if your staff are educated on how to handle the clients, maybe, and the billing improves, there'll be progress.
Senator Mbugua.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Governor, this issue of active customer accounts with zero billing, you gave that you are touching Annex 29. The same was not provided to the auditors for them to peruse. Maybe, I know it cannot be perused then, but maybe you can organize for the auditors to have it so that they can analyze and maybe advise us.
Yes, sir. I'll do that. In volume 2. I don't know if you have the second volume.
You have it, but the auditors are reporting they didn't receive it.
We'll liaise with the auditors just for them to find out how comes they didn't receive it. But Chair, if I respond to Senator Perez Tobiko, thank you so much for your very kind words. I have to be honest, because now if I don't say what is true, we help no one. I must say, look, this is a situation that we find ourselves in as a city. You must admit what is working and what may not be, and say this is the help I require to sort it out, because it's our city, all of us, and we want it to be in a better position. And Chair, culture change is difficult. Culture change is very difficult. When you lead an organization, Chair, I lead a workforce in the county government of 19,000, and in the water service company, 3,000. People from different backgrounds. Some are born again, some are not. Some are different religions, different motivations. And so what helps an organization is when you bring in systems that transcend the subjective human interaction. And so how you operate will not be subject to how you are brought up, or your character, your flaws. And so a lot of technology is helping us. For instance, today, if any Nairobi water person comes, and we're moving this also to the city county enforcement officers, if you dial *260#, there's jitambulishe, and you'll be able to know who it is, where they're supposed to be, because you'd find people masquerading who are not supposed to be in that department, coming around in areas that are not their zones to extort. So today, since they know that they'll be identified and they'll be held to account, because you can even put the link. So of course you'll come and you check and say, okay, this staff is called Sakaja. He is in this Langata region. But to confirm, because somebody can create a card with my name, you press the link, you will even see the face of the person, and you will verify that this is that actual person. That alone has reduced how people are behaving. Of course, building the teams and meeting them, and I personally have met these meter readers, to encourage them, helping them get even like a bonus from performing well, is something that I really am pushing for. So that also you reward, don't just punish bad behavior, but reward also good behavior and positive behavior. We've separated certain aspects. For instance, billing is separated from revenue and monitoring, because when it's the same person who is billing you, who's also in charge of the revenue and monitoring, then that is when they can tell you, let me fix for you. And Nairobians should know, there is no person who can come see you at your property who can change your bill in the system. It is not possible. Is it possible? It is not possible. So I think we need to do more public campaigns. I like how Kenya Power has been doing it recently. If you look at the art where they say tumekuja kuwashika. You've seen that art. So MD and your comms guys, you need to do more of that so that people can tell that you not cut deals with a meter reader who comes to you. That one is a technical person who comes to look at it. The billing is different and the monitoring, but it's a work in progress. There have been improvements in how we tell them now the customer is our focus. Relentless. In fact, we call it obsession with the customer. Is one of the values that we're drilling in, and not just in Nairobi Water, in our hospitals, etc. As part of our principles. So, Chair, we'll keep doing that, but we admit we have those commercial losses, which, if sorted out, will be able to go down below the 47%. Because infrastructure is just physical. If you do it, you refresh it. Finally, I can give an example of the improvements that we are doing based on this cooperation agreement. Chair, we're doing a 54-kilometer line on Siwa from along Nairobi River. 27 kilometers on one side, 27 kilometers on the other side. That will cover the demand for Nairobi for another 50 years. People have been saying, we're seeing all these buildings coming up in the city. Do you have the sufficient amenities? Yes, I can say we do. Because all that is left now is lateral connections to this trunk sewer, So that is what's happening on the sewer side. Remember, sewer is 75% thereabout of the water that you're adding. And those plans for water are there. I think it's a good opportunity and platform to also inform Nairobians on what exactly we're doing looking into the future. Chair.
But Chair, there is this is it that USSD something for parking that's never working. My car has been twice found around Parliament area, and you charge a penalty. And before the 15 minutes elapsed, I tried to use that to pay and couldn't. I tried again, couldn't. So, and I always see your figure is going up, so I owe you for parking, but it doesn't go through.
Yeah, we had sometimes some challenges, not just on being able to pay, but on wrong querying. You're told that you owe, yet you left your car at home, because we were doing manual querying where somebody, your car can be KBB, but the right KBP, and it goes to charge somebody else. So now what we're incorporating is just a photo that links with the NTSA database. And so it's really just improving that, the system. We're working hard on with our service provider. Remember, we moved, and Senate advised me to move from trying to own the system to serve software as a service. And so in part of our service level agreement, if they do not reach a certain level of consistency, we'll just move to a different provider. So I'm sorry about that. We can talk about your bill later.
Honorable members, I think the measures the governor has provided for reducing non-revenue water, they seem very, very reasonable. But governor, now action is more important here to action those measures so that the non-revenue water goes down. Now my legal officer is advising on the issue of what can be done to those people who are interfering with your system. I think the Water Act provides for that under Section 145, read together with 147. It has a set of offenses and penalties for those who tamper with the water meters and water installation. So I think your officers needs to look at that and enforce that Section 145 and 147.
Yeah, if you look at what has been provided, the Water Act points to WASREB regulations. Tampering, the penalty is 5,000. 5,000 bob. And you've tampered so that you evade a bill of 20,000 shillings. Or, it is not commensurate. The MD is just opening it. We want more stringent, more strict penalties on tampering that public structure. So we'll try and look at that critical infrastructure law.
Okay. Maybe let me allow Lucy to read out.
Chair, under section 145, a person shall not A, willfully obstruct, molest, or hinder any inspector or employee of a person authorized by the CS, the authority, the regulatory board, a county government executive, or a licensee in the exercise or performance of his or her powers under the Act. And additionally, under B, without the written permission of the authority, regulatory board, or the county government executive, knowingly or willfully deface, alter, or remove, or cause to be defaced, altered, or removed any document, survey mark, water gauge, weir, or measuring device, or other work, structure, or approval installed with the approval of the authority, regulatory board, or county government. A person who contravenes the provisions of this section commits an offense, and the general penalty is that a person who commits an offense for which no other penalty is prescribed shall be liable to a fine not exceeding 1 million shillings, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment. And Chair, under 145, what makes the offenses unique is that under 146, that this a criminal suit would be able to be maintained by either the authority, the regulatory board, or a county government or a licensee.
Well, penalty of 1 million is where there is no description of the actual, unless I'm not reading it right. It is not here. But now it has been specifically provided under WASREB, which is so low in the tariff. Yeah, I can read for you. Illegal water connection, commercial, industry, and construction. This is page 2 of the gazetted tariff. 100,000 plus estimated consumption during the period of illegality. You imagine a big industry. You know, the industries take most of our water. East Africa breweries, for instance, EABL, out of the 525 million liters of water a day, they consume 100 million liters of water per day. More than close to a fifth of all the water that comes to Nairobi. And many industries are of that quantity. So when you charge them 100,000, in fact, you might find someone with an illegal connection whose work of the illegal connection is to fill water bowsers to go sell. 100,000 is easy to pay, you know. Illegal water connection, domestic, is 30,000. Overcharging at the water kiosk, 15,000. The surcharge for tampering with meters, this includes meter removal, reversing of meter etc., is 5,000 shillings. That is what is provided for. So you see, if it's been specifically provided, I don't know how you can help us to go to the 1 million one. I'd want it.
Yeah, Chair, through you, remember that what WASREB is doing is pursuant to a power that has been donated by the Principal Act.
Yeah.
And therefore, the provisions of the Principal Act prevail over any delegated power to make guidelines or a statutory instrument for furtherance of the objectives of the Principal Act. So, Chair, the reason why I called our attention to Section 146 is the uniqueness of the offenses created under Section 145. That number one, those are offenses of a general nature. That's why the general penalty clause under Section 147 applies. But even better, Chair, 146 provides that without prejudice to the rights of any person to bring proceedings in respect of an offense under this Act, and subject to 157 of the Constitution, the authority, the regulatory board, the county government executive, or a licensee may institute and maintain criminal proceedings in any court against any person accused of an offense under this Act or under any regulations or under regulations made under this Act. So, Chair, the decision would be, where do you charge that will result in more deterrent action? If the penalties prescribed by WASREB exercising their powers under a delegated instrument is not deterrent enough, then using 146, any of those bodies that have read are able to institute and maintain criminal proceedings whose penalties are more advanced than in the guidelines issued by WASREB. Thank you, Chair.
So, Chair, if the committee advises me to ignore the WASREB and use the 1 million, I'll be very happy. You can advise me. Actually use that.
I think it's not the committee to advise. It is the law. As you said, the legislation takes precedent. To the
Chair, you know, there's a law that is on paper, but there's what we deal with every single day. There's never been any conviction that has gone through court on this thing because we're the ones who take the
Chair, we normally arrest these people who are doing illegalities, and when we take them to court,
and it's and for I mean country that wants to go to Singapore, you cannot you can't be investing in infrastructure and somebody is taking you back. You know, you can't. So dealing with, I mean, you've passed the National Infrastructure Fund, yes, called Nairobi County Government. And so it is my strong feeling and considered view, even as at our cabinet level, that these assets are safer as county government property, not owned by our company, which I explained is a company that has liability, you know, it has liability because it's registered. It's not a parastatal. Nairobi is not a parastatal. It is a private company, limited, owned by a public entity, the county government. Why move public land to be owned by a private entity, even though you own it as the county? So we still hold, as a steward, it is better that this land, and even land that we will acquire for them if need be, again be held by the county government of Nairobi.
Auditor, your comments on management response?
Okay, I can comment on behalf. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the concern is that the property, the land is recognized in as an asset of the company. That is the only concern. If it's not recognized as asset of the company, so it means that the company is not disclosing, or rather, the assets are not fairly stated, because either now the committee can advise whether, you know, because it will continue to be a query.
Yeah, I think we need to agree on how to go about it, because
what if the company can have a disagreement with the county on that portion of land which they are using? Could that resolve the problem, Auditor?
Chair, you know, even leases are subject to debt recovery. You can still lose it if they have an issue. You know, actually, a lot of the land people own is through a certificate of lease, and so you get a lease of 99 years, where you don't have a certificate of title, and you can use it to borrow. But when you default, it will be auctioned, or it will be sold, or it will be recovered. Chair, really, the reason is to protect the asset. If we agree on the principle, we can then see how to either, because an asset, what is an asset? An asset is something whose utility provides value. Now, who is using it? The utility is by Nairobi Water Company. So in as much as it may not be registered by them, it being registered by the county government, it can still be considered as their asset because they're the only ones using it. So I don't know how the accountants and us can agree on how to be showing it, because no one else, the utility derived from the asset is by Nairobi company. The utility derived from the houses, for instance, the staff houses, is by the company. The utility derived by the dam in Nakaine is the company. The registration of that asset is just what the title is by the parent of that company, that is Nairobi City County Government. So there I would take advice from the professionals on how to better capture it.
Auditor, I think maybe what we can say is you be putting a disclosure in the financial statement. At the same time,
you take a note one. This one, something and query. If you can put that disclosure.
Disclosure.
Then can you provide maybe copies of that title now under the county government? That would
yes, help? Because the county government now is preparing based on accruals. We are moving to accruals.
Yeah,
so eventually you still be able to disclose under the county government.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think that solves the problem.
That's good advice.
Yeah, just disclose. That is a material fact which must.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
that is good advice.
Yeah. Honorable members, any comment on that? I think we have made progress on that one, that all they need is a disclosure in the financial statements. So, honorable members, I think we are done with water. Now we need to go to the alcohol. But I want to...
Chair, with your indulgence.
Yes.
We are spending samosas and, we've been here for so long. They give you some of you a break or you...
Yes, I want to give a break, a help break of 5 minutes. Then when we come, the honorable members, I think by 3:30 we should be done. So we take a health break of 5 minutes.
And show us where those samosas are.
Yes.
Chair, may I request for 15 minutes? I can really see Gaba, his sugar level has really gone low. 5 minutes is not enough. Just give him 15 minutes.
No, I think 5 minutes is enough. It's just a health break so that we end very early. Then by 3:30 we should be done.
Okay. We have stamina. We'll come and we'll finish.
So the Nairobi water, you are released. Alcohol people can come. Eh? proceed. This is not this is just a continuation of the other meeting. So if there are new members, new people who have joined us, maybe they can be introduced. Or they can put themselves on record.
Is anyone who have not introduced themselves?
All of us is the same. Okay. So, honorable members, we can proceed. As I said, it is my wish that we finish this meeting by before 4. Huh? That I can see the issues are many. So maybe the auditor can guide us. Auditor, you can give us your brief stating how many issues covered and how many have been addressed. And then you can say something about this report, which can make us make progress.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. The report of 2024-2025 was a qualified opinion. The number of issues were 51. Based on the response from the board, the issues that were addressed based on our verification are 4, with outstanding issues not well addressed 47. Maybe based on the time that you have given us. There are some issues which are related, or rather interrelated. Maybe this.
I notice the issues which are interrelated. For example, we have so many issues around training and travel. These you can combine. And then we have expenditure issues, and then we have the legal issue, which I want us to start with. There was a ruling by the High Court, and the legal officer, you should be on standby to help us on that. So I think there are about 3 or 4 categories of issues, so which we can combine all at once so that we save on time. Is that the case? It's it. Proceed, auditor, to guide us.
Thank you, Chair. The way I had classified, maybe we can do it with your guidance. In case it is the issue of unsupported documents, we can do 1. If it is the issue of inaccuracies, we can do 1. The case of in case to do with the legal and also misclassification, so that at least we can cover wholesomely, based on, although it will depend on your guidance.
I think we need to start with the legal issues, because that will tell us whether we are properly seized of the matter. So there was somewhere there was an issue.
Thank you. We go to the auditor's report on page 15. Non-conformity with the provision of section page 15, that is under lawfulness. The report on lawfulness and effectiveness in the use.
Auditor, start by telling us how many issues have been addressed, okay. And then
Okay. Let me refer to the briefs. Sorry, I think then. The brief is Adarophonus is on number 9 or page 28. As a
line is
conformity with the provision of Nairobi City County Alcoholic Drink and Licensing Act.
why are you starting with that?
I have just sampled based on the way you say that legal.
No, the one I was referring to is a reference to the court ruling. The reference to which?
Yeah. Chair, this one on non-conformity is very simple.
Yeah.
The Act talks about the CC for trade. We don't have a CC for trade. We recreated the sector to be called business and hustler opportunities. So it's just the ministries are redesignated. The law should say the CCM for the part-time being in charge of trade refers to an executive order.
Governor, do you have another? You have the CC for trade and you have the CC for business affluent opportunity. So it's the one for trade.
The CC for business is the one for trade.
Okay.
I think maybe you look at paragraph 24.
From there now,
paragraph 24.
Yes.
I just want to be sure that we are properly seized of the matter because of the ruling of the court. It's on the auditor's brief, page 50. So, auditor, you can proceed.
Thank you. The High Court ruling in case number, as it is indicated, nullified the legal establishment of Nairobi City County Alcoholic Drink and Licensing Board and directed the freezing of its bank account. Audit reviewed that the board continued to transact after the court directive, and the payment of Kenya shillings 1,298,384 was made to the supplier on 20th June 2025 from the board account. The payment was made to the same supplier previously cited for irregularities in the international procurement processes undertaken during the year audit review. In the circumstances, the continued execution of transactions after the court ruling exposes the county government to legal and financial risk, including the potential contempt of court proceedings.
Okay, Governor, your response?
I'm trying to find it. I can't see. Where is it? Yeah. Please allow my CC to answer that question. She's showing me things I can't see.
Thank you, Excellency. And thank you, Chair and honorable members. So following the High Court ruling, this is page 35.
So the High Court of Kenya issued freezing of any withdrawals from the Nairobi County Alcohol Drinks Control Fund. The matter was taken up to the Court of Appeal, and an order was therefore issued staying the execution of judgment delivered on 6th of March. The transactions were done after the Court of Appeal ruled on stay orders on 28th of May as attached. And consequently, in November of 2027, the Court of Appeal actually made a ruling in our favor. So the transactions that in question were after the stay of the execution, which was given on 28th of May. So we have Annex 22. We have the respective correspondence on the court rulings. And among them is a letter to the legal department of the bank confirming that the Court of Appeal had given us a favorable stay to unfreeze the account. And consequently, we also have the ruling of 7th of November, which actually confirmed that from the Court of Appeal. Thank you.
Auditor, what's your comment?
Or therefore the reference is different, not unless we are reviewing the response, which is different. Because whatever you have cited in your response that you submitted, the annex 35 is different. So
yes, Chair, maybe to clarify, because the two matters are related, the annexes on both are the same. But 22 is one that precedes 35 and it has all the documents.
22 is the one which has the stay, and the transactions were done after a stay was issued by the Court of Appeal. Is it Court of Appeal?
Yes.
Yeah, Gatembo, Jamila Mohammed, and Korir JJA, Civil Appeal. And then after that, there's a correspondence from our advocate, Dan Okash, to the Cooperative Bank, making them aware that the order has been lifted so that they can continue transacting. So.
Meanwhile, as the auditor is trying to figure out our legal officer, what's your comment on this matter?
Chair, the annexures that have been attached support the position that the officer through the governor has pointed out, because there's a decree in which it had been ordered that the entire section 43 of the Nairobi County Alcoholic Drinks Control and Licensing Act that establishes the Nairobi County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund is unconstitutional and void, and an order issued freezing any withdrawals from the Nairobi County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund bank account with the details therein until legally and constitutionally compliant public fund is established in conformity with Article 207, and then some orders on costs. And then they've also attached a ruling of the Court of Appeal in civil application number E216 of 2025, of which they got stay orders of the judgment of the court in petition number E222 of 2023, which means that what the High Court had ruled, in a sense, is not implementable. So you go back to the status quo until the substantive hearing of the substantive appeal. So I don't know if they can give us an indication whether the appeal has been substantively heard and final orders given, or what status.
It the auditor is ready to proceed. Auditor, before I go back to the county.
I think the issue is that this information was not provided at the time of the audit. And I think out of now the new development, we can say it has been, it ought not to have been there had the information been provided.
So maybe the CEC, you can tell us why was the information not provided through the government? Tell us.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Excellency. I want to give it to the accountant and the director just to confirm, because they were the direct contact with the auditors.
Thank you, Chairman. We can confirm that we did provide all these documents to the auditors at the time of audit. We did provide.
Your auditor is saying you didn't provide. So who is saying the truth?
I think it's good, maybe because I have my laptop, we scan all this document. However, we would not have raised it if it was provided, because, during the meeting, we do exit meeting, we do the ML, the draft audit report. So, by the time it reached here, it's good to just agree you are not provided, however, you have provided now. Because I met several, even with the accountant, who is there.
Because as a result of your non-provision of the document, auditor has raised 2 queries that are all related to that matter. If you look at paragraph 12, he has raised the issue of winding up of the fund and the board, and is related to the ruling, that ruling of the court.
This is a very substantive issue that unless documentation got lost somewhere, because the biggest issue we're dealing with on the alcoholic drinks and licensing board was the issue of the court. The accounts had been frozen, they are not transacting, you had all these members who are not being paid, looking for different arrangements. And Chair, normally, during the audit period, I myself chair the first meeting with all the chief officers and CCs, and whenever there are deadlines, I am the one who pushes them to respond. We normally have a group, and I said the following chief officers or directors have not yet responded, and they have to bring the response through my office. And I don't remember them not having done that. And I'm just asking, I've asked my chief officer to look for when I issued that instruction, was I think September or around that time, because we take audit very seriously. And that is why, for instance, these alcoholic drinks, by the way, we should have started with that. When I became governor, they used to get disclaimer of opinion. It was terrible. So the fact they've moved from that to past, I think you jumped advanced. Did you get advanced last year?
No.
To qualified shows that there's been do you remember the time I came here and I said, Unyoroshe Awatu, because at that time I was not the governor and it was such a mess. So on this one, I think it's a clear issue. We can refresh it, and I think this meeting also is part of this audit process, because there's clearly stay orders in court. And then to go further, Chair, what the court nullified then was the fund, because the law is still there. Of course, the case is going on, and we now re-establish the fund. The funds expire after a number of years. We're able to re-establish a fund. We gazetted the regulations on 19th of December, and the regulations, even as the assembly is looking at them, is neither here nor there, because once that delegated legislative power, once you have gazetted and within 14 days there is no amendment or report, then they stand. So as we are today, we have fully well constituted fund and a board It's just now that some members whose term was 3 years from 16th of March 2023 has expiring next week. And so I am going to appoint to see who I need to reappoint and who I would need to replace. Chair.
Okay, what we wanted to satisfy ourselves is if there's any legal hurdle to our work. But now that now that it has been clarified that the matter in court was resolved, I think now we are properly seized to the matter. Okay. I think the auditor had previously asked you that I think we are going, because of time, we are going to look at issues in categories. What I would like you to do is pick up the issues under travel and events. If you can help us, you just look at each query under travel and events, summarize for us without reading, and then I will give the governor the chance to respond. There are so many training, travels, all those. So you can summarize one by one, and then governor can respond to that.
I think if I just go through the issue to do the travel, most of them were, what was lacking is supporting documentations, which maybe we can go, mainly that's the issue to do with the supporting documentation. And few cases, authority, that it revolved around that the supporting documentation where you cannot be able to tie to corroborate the issue of the travel documents vis-a-vis the payment in terms of the supporting, such that we were not able to tie based on also the invitations, and in some cases more traveled than the invited. I think that's for summary, because there are quite a number. If you look at it, of that.
Auditor, let me help you. We have the issue
because there are quite a number, maybe just you answer.
Yeah, just the issues on travel.
If you go to number
training
6
and events.
If you go to number 6, let's take example on page 15 of our briefs. Huh?
Yes.
There is one paragraph on irregular payment of subsistence travel allowance. And if I take example, one of the key points which you are looking at, it is the issue to do with the supporting warrant, the unsupported warrants, the original documentation. Then let's go to the other one, is number 7.1, or now on page 17, is unauthorized domestic travel, whereby we noted payment vouchers amounting to 28 million presented for audit, reviewed that the voucher were not authorized by AIE holder. That is another one, maybe in summary. 7.2 is inflated participant numbers and unsupported expenditure. In this regard, the authority dated November 11 authorized allowance for 78 persons at a cost of 6.4 million. However, the list of attendance that had been authorized for 63. There were cases of also unsurrendered interest pertaining to the same. There was a case of difference too, at the qualification. on foreign travels, the local, the amount of around 82 million in respect to the foreign travel in subsistence. However, we noted it ought to have been charged under the local travel. So in this case, maybe there was no budget within it. That's why it was charged there. That is 82 million. So out of which now the accuracy with regards to the same. So I don't know how far Chair would want me to go.
Okay, I think members, you have the reports. We have a significant number of queries around travel, training, and events, which may be just to save on time. We ask the governor to respond.
Maybe the governor can maybe look at the one which is maybe might be material, or rather maybe to help you in terms of the allocating of the budget. You look at the qualification 3.2, paragraph 3.2, foreign travel and subsistence allowance.
Okay. What I can see in 3.2, Chair, is that those are supplementary budget from the which created these three codes listed, totaling 84 million. The supplementary then provided how to that expenditure, meaning it was not overstated. That is an extra 5. Overtouched the entire supplementary. And normally supplementary is a very interesting auditor, because in the national government they do supplementary after the fact, as we normally do it, just before. But then they reorganize and then they rationalize afterwards. But that is the response, those supplementary that provided for it. Earlier, the amount was not enough. I agree. Chair, on the other issues around travel, I'll ask my CEC, still the CEC at that time, to just generally answer all these queries around travel, local, and I think it's local or foreign. Yeah.
Thank you, Excellency. And
you see now why we are asking the issue of travel, we are trying to link the travel to alcohol. What were they traveling to do? To test alcohol in other countries, or what was it?
Yeah, Chair, it's good to understand the essence of what this board does. Because more than just regulating this economic enterprise, which has restaurants, establishments, suppliers, manufacturers, etc., there's a lot of rehabilitation work they do. This board usually built the first public rehab for alcohol in the country, possibly, that we have in Makadara, Viwandani, that sees so many patients every day. In fact, I'd want them to build another one on the other side of town, because addiction has become a big problem within society. And so, just like the sports fund gets money from betting that is sports related, we're trying to see how we can further resource them, because all of these people who benefit from sale of alcohol and entertainment clubs, etc., are not contributing directly to mitigate the adverse effects of their business. So when they go there, they don't go to test the international brands to see if it's effective, reintegration into society, rehabilitation programs, how sports and such activities can be used to mitigate, because you'll never do away with this thing. It will always be there. It was launched by Jesus, and it is part of our society. But the Bible says everything is permissible, but not everything is beneficial. Everything is permissible, but I will not be controlled by anything. The addiction is the problem. Psalms also say wine is a mocker and beer is a brawl. And so that is the theme around which I guide them in the interaction. We can't bury our head in the sand and assume that these things are not happening in society, but it has gone to a level, even children, right now are engaging. And I would want even to expand their mandate to other drugs which have become prevalent in our society. If you look at the use of marijuana in Nairobi, it is almost like it is accepted. Even in a rally, I'm sure you've gone to rallies in Nairobi, and you can see a cloud of smoke billowing and people getting excited. It's become terrible. So the CEC can just really answer all those. Why do you travel? Who travels? Is it too much? And how it's authorized for that to happen? Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, and thank you, Chair. I can confirm that the travel and other activities, both local and international, is properly authorized. Of course, I know one of the things that the Auditor General picked is that the AIE holder and the accounting officer are the same. So I know there is that gap of, we are signing on one as a chief of, as the accounting officer, and not as the other, but one. I think we explained that one signature suffices. So that's one. Number two, in terms of the travel, it's in the execution of the mandate of the board, which is provided for under section 1, the fund, under section 43, and now we have a new regulation which basically covers the same. So, what the fund shall be used for meeting the expenditure relating to what has been prescribed. Basically, what His Excellency the Governor has said, which also includes, execution of the mandate of the board, which is covered under section 5. Ensure implementation of the national and government policy, national and county policies, and so on and so forth. So we are in line with the provisions of the law and also the related regulations. Thank you.
So maybe while on that, there is this conference thing the MCS did in Mombasa, which auditors raised as a query. I think there was a committee on culture and community services. Was also that related to?
Yes, Chair, I can confirm that was related. We are currently repealing the law because the current act that we have is, a lot of things have evolved. So the Act of 2014, we are repealing it. We've had several, basically going through the process of repealing the law. The culture committee is on that oversights us. So we've had sessions to sensitize them, to discuss, to align, and so on and so forth. As part of the preparation of the repealing of the act. So that is in line with the mandate of the board.
Yeah.
Yes, proceed.
Is the CEC telling us that the auditor did not appreciate that fact, that the committee, the MCS or that committee, the culture committee was handling a relevant law or amendments or creation, repealing. Is that the auditor did not get that kind of information?
Yeah, proceed.
We did not get that information as of then. Actually, our query is very clear. That no correspondences of the varying dates and the venue were presented for audit review, which is therefore not possible to confirm the authenticity and the extent of the existence of the retreat. So I think as at then, whatever we raised, we did not get that collaboration. That's why I started by saying.
My director says she gave. I think you should get now, when these things are given, they should take photos together. And because saying she provided, not saying he didn't. It becomes he says and she says. I don't know how we deal with that. And I hope Baroda is because they know how much I push them
Yeah.
to give responses to audit.
Mark, you can clarify.
Yeah, Chair, I just want to comment that in the course of audit, we have what is called an evidence tracking sheet, where we record every evidence that is given. And that sheet indicates that was not provided. So, Chair, we have evidence to prove that that information was not provided.
But who records on that sheet?
We record.
It is yourself. So why don't you have a sheet where when I present, I record?
What is the
Because it is still your opinion.
So,
As she says, she presented it and she can provide evidence of when she presented it.
So
actually, it's our document that both sides sign to avoid the subjectivity of submission of evidence. This is really just to improve, the relations, not just for Nairobi. It would be good if it's not the same way when you get something as a delivery note. But when evidence is requested and it is issued, both sides should be able to sign. So we don't come here after a year again and say, I sent it or I did send it. Yeah. Like earlier, Chair, you remember when we started.
Are you
the documents they said they didn't receive, I have shown you documents stamped received. So if I didn't have that document, you probably would not have believed me. You'd have believed the Auditor General because they're generally more honest people. But the rest of you today said I'm honest. So let's improve this thing by having something that both sides sign on when you submit. Because I don't know why Rhoda would not submit that. When did you submit it? Maybe, Chair.
Auditor. Chair, I wish to also comment that we also have what is called the exit meeting. And in that exit meeting, we have minutes. We also have the ML to have these questions. Maybe if this had been responded to and the ML is a written document, then it would have been clearly indicated that in response to the ML, we have provided this. So there, Chair, then with the ML not been responded to, we also issued a draft report. There was no response. If there had been response, Chair, then this issue would not have arisen. Chair.
Maybe through the Chair also to add on to that. In most of the audit, we encourage the client when you are submitting, come with a register. That's what we do, you are register actually. So that we can sign. Either you issue with a register or via email. In some cases, we even open a common email account where you can be able to make reference to avoid these altercation. So that is what that's what we do. Actually, through the governor, maybe in the audit of the executive, and that's why you did not find us asking so many. Actually, we had open email. Actually, that's for the executive. For this one, it's I think during the entry meeting when we had the exit, I think the RICA was not represented.
Yeah, because for that is the issue. And I don't remember seeing Rhoda at that meeting. For the executive, they do it at my office, and the auditor is actually across. Because I really emphasize on adherence to it myself. So maybe I'll rope in liquor more and Nairobi water and even Green Nairobi going forward. That's a new entity we have, Chair. But thank you for the advice. I'll take that advice.
Senator Mbugo.
No, I just wanted to say, Chair, maybe the officer who is arranging that he provided. You are the one to provide the proof if they say they never got it. So you cannot just say, I gave them. Give some evidence. That maybe Chair can proceed because it has been prosecuted.
Anyway, Chair, as the auditor, both Gachagua and the other auditor have indicated, there was this management letter. In their response, you should have said, we have provided A, B, C, D. So if you didn't, now it's.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Let me take the.
Yeah.
I saw everything else. I didn't see the big one. Let me take that, Chair.
So
I'll sit down to I'll do for them what I do for the rest of the executive.
Yeah, and there are penalties to non-submission of documents or late submission of documents. So the officers who are involved, there are offenses to it. In fact,
I mean, if they can't show the evidence, Chair, maybe in the spirit of Ramadan you can forgive them. But but moving forward, I will use that same formula that I do with the executive chair.
Yeah, does not subscribe to the Muslim faith, so maybe Lent or something.
But the clerk, I don't know. But Chair, I think no.
Actually, Governor, the issues in this report are around two areas. One, not providing documents, and two, the auditor was questioning the expenditures, which in his own view are outside the mandate of the fund. You see, like those travel, local and foreign travel. If the documents were provided to indicate that indeed they were supporting the mandate of the fund, then the auditor would not have raised it as a query. Yeah.
And I think if they had that conversation, because now even the auditor says they understand the scope, of the fund, on a plain reading of it, you imagine the fund is just about liquor licensing. It is not. It is so broad in terms of society. We even do fashion shows, we do activations for the young people across the city. We support the football tournament, the Governor's Cup, to a great extent, the Nairobi Festival, which are all activities that, you bring young people, and while they're there, you speak to them about these issues. Like if you see the Nairobi Festival, the last one we had almost 250,000 footfall at Uhuru Park. That is such a captive audience for them to, it's not just a concert, but there are many tents they go to, and you have a big stand telling them car sober, and don't drink and drive, and if you do this, and even including some of the suppliers like EABL, So I think that conversation is extremely important between our team and the auditor, even before they start to explain this fund is for this purpose. Because general payment of licenses and and our revenue without this law is just like how you'd pay for advertising or how you'd pay for business permit. But the reason we created a fund for this specific revenue stream, I say, or business activity, is because there are a lot of mitigating activities that need to be done beyond just licensing bars and alcoholic outlets. You need to give back to society to mitigate the damage being done in society, since we can't do away with it. So there I concur with you. Because if that was understandable from the beginning, many of these queries would not be there. Why do you need a culture committee? Why is it the culture committee oversighting this? When these laws were, frozen and repealed, you know how it is when you're doing legislation. Sometimes, and I know one of the questions normally is the assembly should pay for its own travel and the executive should pay for its own travel. But you know the reality. Many times you'll find they have no budget and you're the one who has the urgency to do the legislation. So you have to shoulder that cost as the executive side of the the county government. So that's the broad context through which the activities they do and the committee that oversights them. Why you'd find MCS traveling, what they go to see, and now you see all this travel. The reports from visits need to be attached as well. When you travel to South Africa or Arusha or wherever it is, the report that emanates from that visit need to be attached to the audit responses. I agree with you, Chair. So the auditor will say, okay, this is what you guys were engaging in, and it's beneficial. Because we don't want to just waste money. We don't want to waste Nairobians' money in things that are not necessary. If you look at the amount of money we need to make meaningful interventions, you can do so much with even 1 million shillings to affect the lives of our people. So, Chair, on that one, I pledge that there will be better reporting. There shall be better understanding. I hope in this audit cycle it's the same auditors. Yeah, there's the same team. Then we can even at the the meetings explain further, and not just this fund, but everything else. I know Green Nairobi is soon going to be an issue because we've created a company just how we've done Nairobi Water, but we've created one for cleaning the city and solid waste management because of the need to ring fence funds associated. So, Chair, that is something I'd be very happy to lead myself, not just leave it to the sector.
So, as you rightly said at the beginning, the sports fund. Yeah. The sports fund, many people imagine that the revenue that comes to sports fund goes into sports, purely sports. But then what the Uhuru administration did, they came up with the regulations. In the regulation, you find that they are funding things like hospitals, UHC, they are funding many other things which are not even affordable housing, I think. Yeah. But you see now for Nairobi, then you need such regulations so that when you spend money, then you have a justification. Why you may have spent it on a good cause, but then since there is no specific regulation, it becomes an issue.
Chair of the regulations that were gazetted on the 19th of December, 2025.
Okay.
And in the regulation, there's the establishment of the fund, the object and the purpose, the sources, retention, utilization, etc. And I hope it was submitted.
You can table it.
Yes,
so because
I can table these regulations, Chair.
Yeah. Senator Tobiko?
Yeah, Chair, I didn't want us just to gloss over very serious issues that the auditor has raised. In knowing Kenyans today, Kenyans are very, very sensitive on expenditure. I'm imagining if the 82 million that was spent for foreign travel would be subjected to public participation on Nairobians. If Nairobians would accept, spending 82 million just for foreign travel, that would have quite a number of issues. And then, Chair, again, what would justify an inflated list of participants for domestic travels? What will justify an inflated list? Because I think it's one of the issues the auditor has raised.
Chair, on the first question of public participation, I was about to call you Excellency, guy. Chair, Your Excellency, Inshallah. You see, the budget, the whole budget for the county, including its entities, goes through public participation. Even supplementary, we do public participation. Before you appropriate, that's how the National Assembly does. We go around the 17 sub-counties, we say this is what this is for. In fact, you'll find very many interesting comments from them. One of them was to set up another rehab in the Ruta side, Kawangware, where we've now established a methadone center in Mutuini. So public participation is done. The issue of inflating the list, I'll let Lydia respond to. Or is it Rhoda? Rhoda, tell us. I know it is both executive and assembly, but how do you have a list of 60 that becomes 80?
Excellency, Honorable Chairman, where lists look inflated, especially where we have a joint workshop with the county assembly, would normally arise from the support staff that accompany the senior officials. So the county assembly will forward a list of say 50 persons from the assembly, but the people who end up in attending the workshop we would have aides and the personal assistants who have to be paid as well. So in that case, it would appear like we have inflated the list.
Now, this county assembly thing, I think that's already also a problem. Why would you spend money on the county assembly? The assembly should finance it. Because then how do they oversight the fund?
You know, next year you'll be a governor. I hope I can record it. Yeah, or ideally, yes, I agree with you. Ideally, it shouldn't be that. And I remember that discussion started when I was in this house where we said, the ministries want to take us and pay our per diem, yet it is for us to consider the issues. It's not neat, but sometimes when you have something pressing that you need to pass, and they say we can't come because we don't have budget, you have to be pragmatic. Because the person who needs that meeting is the executive. You're the one who needs that meeting to pass either a draft legislative proposal or for them to be able to consider your budget. Now, when they say, the clerk of the assembly says, I have no money, and you're the one who needs them, you just have to facilitate, Chair. I think that's something we need to review. Because anyway, the law says the county government is both the assembly and the executive. It's something that we need to review. Because it's very easy for them to say, you see the ceilings we set here in Senate limits what they can do on travel. And so they put most of their money on other recurrent expenditure and say that if anything is travel that is for the benefit of the executive, a request of theirs, whether it is budget or to pass a law or to pass regulations, let them pay for us. Otherwise, we will not do it. Now, if they don't do it, you get stuck. So you can be right on the letter of the law, but in terms of the pragmatic, just saying, okay, we want to get this done, unless you fund them, it becomes so difficult. So that's something I would urge the Senate to review, just because of the practicality of it. And I've seen it even here. Sometimes the national government organizes. I saw it during affordable housing, during something that is urgent to them. You'll find them organizing a retreat for members. It looks like a joint retreat, but you go to the audit, because I've looked at it, it's actually funded from the national executive. So I'm not saying that two wrongs make a right, or that since the national parliament and the executive are doing the wrong thing, but I'm just explaining when the case where it would be urgent. If I didn't take them, imagine my accounts are frozen. There is no, the regulations are not there, or the law is not there. There are people whose salaries cannot be paid, who are on my phone. Imagine we have committees in every sub-county, these liquor committees. And normally we get the people in the, influential people within the community to be part of that board. Now they're all on your phone, that I have not gotten my allowance, what not. You'll just find a way to make it happen. But I hear you, Chair. I'm just being honest with the considerations we make as governors.
Governor, the issues in this fund may look to be so many, but I think if the accounts department was organized, these issues would be very few. Issues which are being raised, why should the interest not be surrendered? Maybe things like if the per diems, they are being paid irregularly. But the budget for foreign and domestic being mixed up. I don't know how the accounts department of this fund operates. Is it one person or is a department? Because that seems to be the biggest weakness in this fund.
They have come from far to reach how they are now. I wish you saw the first audit. It was terrible. I'm not saying this is good, but we have revamped we've added the capacity. And I think subsequent to this, I want to look at it and make a few changes and really boost, because it's really important. I even see the potential of this fund going up to 1 billion shillings. I see the potential. If you ask the Balita, the Bar and Alcoholics, whatever organization, Balita and Perak, they are very excited, even if you Google, when we now introduce what we call the liquor pay. Is it called liquor pay?
Yes.
Now this liquor pay now has digitized all applications for liquor licenses and the payments of liquor licenses, and already I've seen an increase in terms of the amount of money they're collecting in a month. Now, if you have a fund that is going to grow from around 250 million to 1 billion, you need to have very serious accountability structures within the fund. Chairman, an example I'm being given, in February alone, we've done 1,000 licenses, which has never happened before, just in one month, because they're finding it more efficient. Before, what was happening, Chair, somebody applies physically, and then a committee has to come. The committee has the chief, I don't know, the DCC, the police, board members from that sub-county. They come to your establishment, ask you questions, sometimes when you find people, it creates an avenue for soliciting of bribes or, rent seeking. But now from the comfort of your establishment, wherever it is, you describe your business, you make the application, you pay, and then subsequent to that, an inspection is done. But the money has come in already. So that is why you've seen 1,000. We'd never have done 1,000. It would be impossible. So that's the direction we're going, and that's why I'm saying I have to strengthen your accounting department, your procurement, the entire finance structure at the board. And so I'll work with the CEC and my CEC finance and the chief officers of finance and this sector to give them a structure. Actually, we should look at it almost like a company. You have something to add on that?
I think I'll just reiterate whatever the Honorable Governor has said. Because much of it is in terms of the documentation. Actually, it's in documentation because I followed up with a team that was on the ground, and they did experience some challenges. So by the time that those issues reached here, I think they are. So I think that collaborative information also try to see how do you strengthen to avoid challenges in the future audits.
Chair, the chief officer is new in that sector. She came in October, and already we had a discussion on some of the improvements that she was to do. And I'd ask her just to brief you on what she's been able to do within the finance and administration.
Thank you, Excellency. In December, we overhauled the accounting and procurement departments. So we have a team of accountants that have been deployed afresh, who have enhanced capacity in terms of handling an assignment of the magnitude of liquor fund. We also have more experienced procurement officers, and we are also in the process of deploying as a section within the accounting unit, section for validation and examination, so that payments, before the payments are made, then you have a validation process as required by the IFMIS, steps of checker and maker, so that you're able to make sure that by the time a voucher has been signed, the payment file has all the requisite documentation, and we do not foresee a repeat of some of the challenges that the auditor has highlighted in this financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Any other issue on that category of issues? So, honorable members, I think we will expect that the county will improve on the issues of expenditure and clarify what every expenditure entails, so that we don't end up spending on issues which are not covered within the law or within the fund regulation. The next set of issues, honorable members, is revenue-related issues, and there was a query on under collection of projected on-source revenue. There was also a query on spending collected revenue at source, and similarly, unsupported revenue balances, and also license revenue not receipted or reconciled. So, Auditor, maybe you can make a comment on that, and then Governor will also respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On the issue of the correction of revenue on projected source, I think the table on the report is very clear that whatever you corrected actually was 1.5 million. However, had you projected based on expected revenue based on the reports that you have, that is paragraph number 4.1 of the Auditor General's report, you'd have collected 35 million extra. Number two is that the issue of spending at source. This is an issue which was also for internal control purpose. But the examination of the revenue collection account held at the local bank revealed that only 44,120,555 was deposited in the county revenue fund on 19th June 2025. The balance of the collection, that is 294,150,161, was spread at source when you compare with the county revenue fund. So that's one I think you can be able to explain, because they are consulted.
She's explaining so to explain. Why doesn't she just explain directly? Because she understands it.
Thank you, Excellency. On the uncollected revenue, Chair and members, we do acknowledge this audit issue, and the problem is the clarification of the word product. The manufacturers will insist that product is, let's say, spirits. So all the spirits that they're selling, or all the wines, or all the, say, if it's ABL, all the beers, they say that that is one product. So they'll give you 1 million for Pilsner, task for all of them. So the measure we have taken is to clarify the word product in the county finance bill, so that we are able to expound that, for the avoidance of doubt, the word product means brand name. So then it means we are able to collect on the specific product that they are selling in the marketplace. And by doing that, then we are able to collect the correct amount from the manufacturers. Also to add that we are not the only ones in the space of regulating manufacturers and now and also importers. So NACADA, there's also licenses that they pay to NACADA, and for some of them, they say if we've paid NACADA, why do we need to pay the county government? So some of them also, it's just a bit of that outreach to explain to them that, you get your NACADA license, but you still need to pay the county for depot, for distribution, for marketing, and those kinds of things. So we are on top of this one.
Chair, further to that, I believe that NACADA is unconstitutional. It was set up before the delineation of functions in the 4th schedule, where alcoholic licensing and control is fully devolved. And when it comes to international issues related to that, it becomes a customs and tax issue. That's something I would pray that the Senate reviews. Because also we're making it difficult for people to do business. When you have to register with the county and then go to the national level, when your officers, you find an NACADA officer has gone to an establishment and then you have a county officer, it's really untidy and doesn't help the ease of doing business for this, investors, if you can call them that, or people in this entertainment space, or the brewers, So we should say that should NACADA continue being in operation, and if they are, their work really is to be a campaign. In fact, their name is National Campaign Against Drug Abuse. They should just do advertisements on TV and talk generally about the effects. Remember, it was after the Mutudo interventions at that time, including the law. But for now, in terms of licensing, alcoholic control, 4th schedule, the constitution, it is a county function. So this created a lot of confusion in executing that function.
On that one, I agree with you. I've always had an issue with NACADA to that extent. But auditor, maybe you need to clarify to the committee, how did you arrive at the figure of 35 million?
There was a report on the same. It's only that we did not carry, but we can provide to the committee how we arrived at it. I tried to look at it in the morning, but there is the way we arrived at it. And again, also, if you interrelate it with the 4.3 unsupported revenue, also maybe for the clarity, the board engaged a consultant who gave the various outlet and projected revenue of 745 million, out of which only the 38 with a shortfall. Maybe you can also be able to explain the challenges for the future and what is the status now, and also the issue to do with the spending at source. Ideally, and as per the law, the collection should be supposed to go through the county revenue fund, out of which it is remitted to the board. which only 44 million went to the county revenue funds. Maybe what is the issues to do? You are looking at it also beside the accounting for it, and also the issue to do with the internal control processes.
So, money from funds created under law like this do not go through CRF. And I will get the specific PFM provision, but they don't go through the county revenue fund, because the reason you created a fund is to ring fence these amounts. If you take it through CRF, that money will be used to pay salaries or garbage collection, etc. Yet you've created a fund for a specific purpose, and that's why you ring fence it with its own account. So I mean, the discussion can be where the account is, but the reason you create a fund for a special purpose is to ring fence the amounts, so they're not. You remember the two waters I showed you earlier, so that you don't mix them within your collection of parking, land rates. Then you have the alcohol, yet you've created a special entity. And these are recurring questions. So I think it's something that you need to determine, because it recurs, and not just for Nairobi. To determine, you see, for hospitals, the different law they created called FIF is separate, because you cannot create hospitals like a fund. You know, the hospitals are actually just institutions within the county. But you created FIF, Facility Improvement Fund, that then is used to justify spending at source. Now, when you create through PFM a fund, or through your legislation a fund for a special purpose, whether it is emergency fund. In fact, the reason why you have an emergency fund, for instance, is so that you don't have to go through the rigors of CRF and the COB when you need to quickly spend money when a disaster has happened or an emergency has arisen. Same as this alcoholic drinks control. So on the other issue, I think I'm very excited that on 4.1, because these are not query, and we have been very strong on what happens after issues are raised in audit. We'll want to write to the Auditor General, so that based on the response, we go to these brewers and make sure that they pay product as should be. Because if I've collected 1.5 million where it should be 35, and this is a very small example, it should be very, if I have the letter from the Auditor General, I will personally go to this place. I will not even send road, because it is true. If you look at even how KRA is taxing these people, they're looking at your alcohol. You remember the long case of your colleague, Senator of Nakuru? The case has been in this pre-mixed drink, how much percent of it is water and how much percent of it is alcohol. They have gone to that detail, leave alone product, the mix within the product. So you really have helped me if I can get that response from your office, clearly stipulating that based on that there was an audit query on this issue, and the direction is that they should pay per brand, you know, which is actually the product. The product is not, you know, you cannot say the product of Toyota is cars. No, there's Toyota Corolla, there's Land Cruiser, there is, you know. So EABL, I'm sure, though, you know, these days I don't engage so much in that thing, but I hear there are things like Safari, no, not Safari, what is it called? Not county. That county is also misused. Because we will go to the bar and say, Nipati Sakaja Summoned. Different brands, Pilsner, Tusker, Safari Kenya Ken, etc. need to be charged on their own, because they're different. Yeah. So we really rely on that, and I want to direct my CC to do that correspondence for us to the Office of the Auditor General, so that based on the power of that letter, we can actually enhance this revenue. Because, and this, I mean, look, if I tell you which company it is that has paid 1.5 million, that is money they make in a minute in Nairobi. You can count how much alcohol is sold in this city. And then you want to tell me that entity for a devolved function is paying only 1 million. Yeah. The same company using 45% of our water. Though I asked them, they said, you know, that water is still going back to the Nairobians. Having been processed. So, Chair, please help us with that.
Senator Bugo, you know, Chair, the officers, I think I've just remembered something before I forget. Lucy, I want you to clarify the issue of that the governor has raised, that revenues in the fund, they don't necessarily need to go through CRF. What does the PFM say?
Yes, Chair.
Just a moment, you come back.
Yeah, Chair, the starting point is Article 207 actually of the Constitution, which establishes under subclause 1 that there are established revenue funds for each of the county governments, into which shall be paid all money raised or received by or on behalf of the county government, except money reasonably excluded by an act of parliament. Then subsection 4 says an act of parliament may make further provision for withdrawal of funds from a county revenue fund and provide for the establishment of other funds. So these are other funds separate from the CRF by counties and the management of those funds. And then this takes us to section 116 of the PFM, where a county executive committee member for finance may establish other public funds with the approval of the CEC, the County Executive Committee, and the County Assembly. For every county public fund established, the CEC for finance shall designate a person responsible for administering the fund. Those are just provisions relating to management of the fund. Chair, the administrator of a county fund shall ensure that earnings of or accruals to a county public fund are retained in the fund unless the county executive committee member for finance directs otherwise. I believe, I haven't seen those regulations, but I believe the regulations have been made pursuant to section 116 that empowers the county executive committee member for finance to establish other public funds. So this is what Article 207(4) of the Constitution was referring to. So we move from the general to the specific. The general rule is that all monies received by or on behalf of a county government are paid into the CRF unless reasonably excluded by an act of parliament. With respect to revenue funds, then 207(4) provides that an act of parliament will give further effect to the establishment of other public funds, which is under section 116, Chair.
And on the query raised by the auditor. The auditor is raising a query around there that 294 million was spent at source. It should have been collected at source. It should have gone through
That
the
they should have, no, Chair, because there's a fund that exists for this purpose.
There's a fund. Chair, in fact, the opening statement is in exercise of the powers conferred by Section 116 of the Public Finance Management Act. The county executive member of finance makes the following, that's how we create the fund. And Chair, on this one, we need to be clear. You need to give a position because it keeps recurring. It is not spending at source. In fact, Lucy has put it so well, so clearly from the Constitution, saying all revenue shall be paid into the county revenue fund, unless fund is created, another fund or other funds are provided for in the law. The law that they're talking about is the PFM. The PFM then tells you how to create a fund. What is the reason of having a fund if everything is in CRF? Because CRF is actually a fund. It's County Revenue Fund. It's a fund. I don't know if there's another position from the Auditor General that was
Mark, comment on that.
Before maybe through the chair.
Yes.
I think also we need to look at the consistency, so that you may justify or rather justification why transfer 44 million. At the same time, you don't transfer the other, and also there are various cases where you are transferring.
That was when the accounts were frozen by the High Court. When the account was frozen by the High Court, the money would not have been sent to my M-Pesa. I had to put it now into, that's on a light touch. That is the only time when we sent it to the CRF. And it's something we had to approve at Cabinet. Yeah, so at the County Executive Committee, we approved that in the intervening period, before we resolve and lift that ban, and people are still paying their licenses, send the money to the CRF. But generally, the money should be going to the fund created under PFM, which is the Alcoholic Drinks and Licensing Fund.
Yeah, so auditor, okay.
No, Chair, I just wanted to mention that beyond that decision that had been made, if you look at the decree, the judgment decree, the court had directed actually that when they nullified Section 43 and before the stay order, they had said in the interim, payments be made into the CRF.
Through the chair, maybe you can help us interpret. Sometimes the auditor may not always be right. I want to read the criteria that we had used so that you can help us. Article 207 of the Constitution, 2010, Section 109, 2 of the Public Finance Management Act, require that all revenue raised or received by or on behalf of the county government shall be paid into the county revenue fund. I think that's
to the end. You have stopped halfway.
Summary.
This law
Sense, because it's also educative on us, so that we know if we are short of it's well. Yeah.
Not just for Nairobi. I think for all counties that have established a fund.
Yeah, and I think it's important. I don't know whether the county attorney sits in the exit meetings, because these are issues that can be raised then. So that when you raise such a query, then the legal mind can help you to process it so that it doesn't become a query. I think maybe, Governor, you should consider putting your county attorney in the exit meetings.
Yeah, we normally we have the sector councils for the different sectors, but I agree at the apex, the county attorney should be there. But Chair, maybe your team, 3 o'clock, can provide the entire reading of Article 207 of the Constitution, because we really need a decision on this issue of funds. Because beyond the Auditor General, the control of budget then comes hard, because the control of budget wants you to apply for everything through our office or through that office. Yeah, let me not personalize it. Yet the reason you create a fund is for that to be managed differently. Of course, all of it must be audited by the Auditor General. Counties or the national government don't create funds to bypass accountability, but by the very nature of ring fencing, expenditure, and income. In fact, the issue that used to be there from the COB on funds was that a fund cannot just be one way, that there's only expenditure. But a fund must also show how money is coming into it, which is now for us, it's how we are getting the licenses, etc., and then spent from it. But there are certain funds where coming into it is only through your appropriation, like the emergency fund. The emergency fund is not, unless we ring fence money paid for maybe fire certificates. But the emergency fund is really just what you appropriate, and then things coming out of it, Chair. So maybe maybe Radoli can.
Control of budget is here. What's your comment?
Thank you, Chair. What I would wish to say is that once the money goes into CRF, it requires the approval of the control of budget. So that is under Article 207, that is county revenue funds. And in this particular case, like Nairobi Alcoholic Fund, do not actually even report they don't make their returns in our office, and we don't get reports from Alcoholic Fund. So it is important for that clarification to come, if for some of these special funds, if actually what they generate as income should go to CRF. Because once it hits into CRF, it requires the approval of control of budget for any withdrawal.
So that means the 44 million that was sent to the CRF,
yeah,
that is the one you will deal with.
Yeah, if it hit the CRF, for it to come out, they must seek for approval.
Yeah, but you see that 44 possibly came out through payment of salaries or something else, And they're asking me to return their 44. And I've told them, you may Peter on our cut. But the clarification we require, and it is true, any amount of money you expend or pay from the county revenue fund must be approved by the control of budget. And the control of budget looks at whether you are budgeted for it, whether it is proper. Not even how you use it. How you use it is the audit agenda. But whether you can use it is the control of budget. Except for money reasonably excluded by an act of parliament. Now the act of parliament that excludes monies from funds is the PFM section 116. That then excludes from CRF monies that have gone into a fund you've created by law. Chair. It says an act of parliament may A, make further provision for withdrawal of funds from a county revenue fund, which already is there, and B, provide for the establishment of other funds by counties and the management of those funds. 116 is so clear on how the fund is created. You pass it in cabinet at a CEC meeting, you take it to the county assembly, you designate an administrator, how you report, all of that is provided for in Article 116. So each year to talking back, we have a way forward. This.
I think, if I comment on this one, I think the governor, Honorable Governor, is clear. I think the auditors, most of the time, again, also we are not on the ground. I think sometimes the auditor who we send on the ground may not have an understanding.
Yes.
Which we again pick because we are dealing with so many institutions.
Yes, that is true.
Sometimes an issue may lapse.
So do you agree with me?
Yes, I do. So that one I agree.
Thank you so much.
Chair, the officers who have accompanied the governor, if you have a look at them, they are very comfortable because of the way their boss defends them. But let me see how he's going to defend him on this one. Let's go to 7.3. And I want to see how you defend your people on that. Yeah, 7.3.
Where is 7.3?
What the auditor has queried on the response by the management.
There's no 7.3.
It is there on the unread impressed.
On the auditors. Huh?
Page 12.
I think that's coming in the next category. We were dealing with these queries as per category.
Okay.
Now that is coming under expenditure.
Okay, then let me go to the other one. This one, Governor, on the travel, it caught me because these are exhibition in Japan in Osaka. I can confirm I was there.
Sorry, which one is it?
60. The trip to Osaka, Japan. I can confirm I was there. I saw these 6 people. But Governor, that group which went there, they had nothing to do with alcohol and they were not staff of this establishment.
I don't even know who went. Which is that? You were there? Yes. She was one of them. Please explain.
Because most of them came from my county and we were them and they had nothing to do with this thing, Governor.
Who are those Nyandaru?
No. We only met the guys of Mary. But
No, can you explain the trip and what it was about? Sorry, you're being asked.
Yes. So, thank you, Chair and Your Excellency. It is true we were invited through the Kiproba, the counties. It was a trade-related event, exhibition, which was running between June and October. And there was a Kenya Day. There was a Kenya Week, not just a Kenya Day. And we did participate in that event. So it was both the trade and the liquor falls under trade. So it was my team that went.
So it wasn't just liquor?
No, it wasn't just liquor. It was trade.
So my query is this, the trip, because the deputy governor comes from my county and the group which was there, I wonder what that group had to do with the alcoholic drinks.
Thank you, Excellency.
Maybe consumption.
Okay, Chair, Your Excellency, sir, I want to inform the honorable members that under executive order number 1 of 2022.
You don't even need that. Because I know she wants to say the deputy governor what he was assigned. The deputy governor is like the governor. You can represent the governor in anything. In as much as specifically he handles this sector and as well as the Barrow's sector. But really, I don't micromanage who travels. If a governor starts looking at every list of travel, you end up doing nothing. So I give power to my CECs and chief officers to, when they get an invite, to take people relevant to that discussion or whatever is happening. They not expect that to have been. So even as we speak, apart from the 2 people mentioned, I don't know who else went for that trip. But just know people have hidden talents. You might see someone you don't know how much they are involved in alcohol. Yeah, is there another question in that area, or do I answer the next one he asked?
Yeah, unless auditor, if you have an issue around revenue issues, but
there's a list of the truck. I don't even know.
But we have more like exalted revenue issues. The main issue was a clarification on CRF.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think today's clarification is landmark for not just Nairobi, but everyone else on funds vis-a-vis CRF.
So I think we can look at expenditure issues, and on the expenditure issue, which are not travel related, because you remember travel, we looked at it. We will look at the issue of unsurrendered interest unaccounted for expenditure.
Thank you, Chair. Let me ask the Chief Officer to take that together with the...
Just allow the auditor to explain what it was all about.
$7.3, unsurrendered interest. The expenditure includes catering services, accommodation, gifts, food and drinks of Kenya shillings 4,867,500, out of which 2,670,000 for issued interest was not supported by surrender documents to account for the funds.
So are you done?
Unaccounted
expenditure as well.
Included in the amount, that is 7.4, unaccounted for expenditure. Included in the amount is 10,914,511 relating to contracted professional services, out of which 3,989,994 was expended without adequate supporting documentation. In the circumstance, the accuracy, regularity, and completeness and the validity of the goods and services expended of Kenya shillings 60 million could not be confirmed. And on top of that,
I'd like you to look at the issue also or misallocation of development budget to recurrent expenditure.
Misallocation is classification. Sorry, thank you, Chair. Misallocation of development budget to recurrent expenditure. Examination of expenditure record revealed that Liquor Licensing Board charged recurrent items against the development budget. Payment amounting to Kenya shillings 15 million 31,700 shillings were incurred between November 24th and November 2024 and March 2025 under development vote for activities such as allowances, consultants, and retreat. The expenses are shown below. There is a table and showing the various dates. The first one is allowance system development of 2 million, consultancy, cabinet, retreat, allowance of system development, all totaling to 15,030,700.
Okay.
No approval was provided for the reallocation from the recurrent to development budget. The misclassification of the recurrent expenditure under the development budget resulted in the budget distortion, as financial statement reflect inflated development spending while understating recurrent cost. In the circumstance, management is in breach of law, and as such, misapplication conceal the true cost of operation, which erode accountability and contravene with the Public Finance Management Act or management principle of transparency and prudence.
Okay, so Governor, you can respond to the three issues. And then after that, Honorable Member, we are going beyond 4:30. So after that, I think we'll adjourn.
Yeah, this last one I think has no justification. It is unacceptable. You cannot reallocate. Now, to hear the explanation. You cannot move recurrent items to development and have them, because recurrent, what recurrent means is expenditure that is used to keep the organization going, really. You know, development, there's some expenditures that recur or happen often but are still developments in nature. That mean you have built a building, but on this, like consultancy and allowance system development, I don't know the justification for it, and maybe the chief officer can try. The other one also on the other one was which one? On
unsurrendered interest.
Yes, unsurrendered interest as well. I'll ask them to answer. And there's a third one.
Unaccounted for expenditure.
7.4. 7.4. So kindly, Director.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Honorable Chairman, on the issue of interests, we would like to report that all interests are surrendered because that is a requirement of the law. However, we were not able to single out which specific interests were referred to in this case. In this, to us, this question was a bit ambiguous. We were not able to single out the specific interests that were in question in this case. If we would be clear on which specific ones they were, we would supply the documents. However, we supplied all the documents at the time of audits. On the question of unaccounted for expenditure in terms of professional services, we'd also like to confirm that all our services were contracted through the procurement process, and we have attached the procurement documents for professional services for review. The other issue on the issue of using a development budget for recurrent expenditure, in our response, we have indicated that during budgeting, all aspects of system development and establishment of rehabilitation facilities were included in the development budget. So we have noted this concern, and now we will make sure that we leave the recurrent expenditures. Even though they are for a project, we will have the expenditure for the expenditures which are recurrent in nature will be included in the recurrent budget and not in the development budget. When we were budgeting for this system development, the entire budget of 15 million was included, but it was classified under development budget.
Wait a minute. I think what is confusing is the word allowance. This system development, allowance system development, is an IT system. That is development. This is the DKP or what? Oh no, Chair, that one is not recurrent. That's a development expenditure. That one would be development expenditure. That minute retreat allowance, was it for that? I think the problem really, Chair, is the communication with between this team and the office of the Auditor General. Because when they explain it here, you can see the justification. But it should not have gotten to this level, because of definitely an IT system that then is left, it's not something you do every day. But if this was the LICAP system being done, that actually is development expenditure. So just as I said earlier, I need to come in to solve that linkage between the two.
Let's hear from the auditor, the comment on the responses.
The comment which I want to give, maybe to the director, is that actually we don't change queries. In the management letter, if you see the heading, is the one which goes to also the draft. What happens is that when it is a big schedule, we put in appendix. Like now, this one, if you go to your management letter, you look at appendix number 4 of it. No, actually appendix number 9. You'll be able to get it in your management letter, which you have. It's only that now when it comes to the draft, we summarize. We summarize so that we don't contain even the appendices. But all that information, you have it. And because it was not provided during the response to the management letter, that's why it again found itself in the draft audit report, which was not supported. Again, it found itself in the certificate. So those facts are still there. If you now anything that is raised, go to the management letter, you get all the details.
I'll need a session with this team of mine next week.
Yeah, you need a session, but it clearly implies that they don't take the exit meeting seriously. Because if they took the meeting seriously, some of these issues here would not become queries, would be clarified at that point. Mark, you wanted to emphasize that point?
Yes, Chair. I think it's very important that the exit meeting, where we have a discussion and take minutes, it's after the exit meeting that we do the ML, and the ML is responded to in writing. So when you talk of the figure like the undecided interest, we are querying a figure of 2,670,000. There's a schedule to that, detailing and that failure to get that response is what has resulted in this coming. I think, as my colleague has indicated, at the exit meeting, we also have the ML and you also have the draft report. When you fail to respond in all those instances, then that ends up in the certificate that is before us today. Thank you, Chair.
Address the issue of interest, because it looks like the officer there has not given us a sufficient response. There is an amount of 2.6 million. No, I was just asking the auditors, how do we address the issue of interest? Because the officer has raised concern that the documents were provided.
I think what I can
and the breakdown of 2.6 is not very clear to her.
The chair, she has the information in there. If she goes back to the management letter which she has, she'll get those details there. The makeup is very clear. It's a schedule. The appendices say that in form of the schedule and also appendix.
Yeah, I think the best thing is that the auditors and the officers please sit down and resolve this matter. Because if the auditors are scheduled and the interest, so that you should be able to provide the information. And then auditor, you keep an eye on that. The issue of misallocation of development budget to recurrent expenditure, Auditor, how do you want us to resolve this?
I would request maybe if either they can support, they can be able to support. Because from the way I heard the governor saying, those expenditure, because either there is an issue to do the policy, or there was a policy, the follow policy on the way you reallocated, and also be able to provide the documentation whether these expenditure of recurring of development in nature.
Yeah.
Out of it, because there is nothing to, we have not verified, nothing to verify now, we cannot. So it's for them to provide the documentation.
So maybe this one can also be verified jointly between yourself and the officers. So members, any other issue?
Chair, I don't know, I had stepped out, but I'm seeing from the chairman's brief, issue number 7, irregular expenditure on Nairobi Festival. I don't know whether it was addressed.
That we had dealt with. We were categorizing issues. We put events, training, and travel together, and we were able to deal with them wholesome, and we gave directions. Yes, Senator Bugo.
Chair, this fund does very many things. And Governor, I was expecting to see the issue of the chapati machine here, but I'm told it's not here. So maybe next time when you come, I will see it somewhere. The machine is on the way. And the president gave me another 15 million yesterday to get a bigger one, actually. But that's 6,000 to 8,000 an hour.
So, Auditor?
It's maybe paragraph number 1, Chair, because it has been a very recurring issue. Maybe when you go for your
issues.
Yes. Maybe that's something, maybe you can give direction. Because
just tell us who is the accountant. Tell us who signed the financial statement. Errors and inaccuracies.
Who is the accountant?
Claire Kenya. ISPAC number 18231.
That's a very, I know her. She comes from my county. Very qualified. So can you take the?
Unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know which is which. She is now in another institution within the county. But the professional advice that is required would be important for me to hear, because some of these things I'm seeing as errors, I don't think should be the case, and even just relating. So maybe if she had some challenges, she should be able to discuss first.
Yeah, the records at this park shows that she's active and in good standing. Yeah, so maybe you can tell us what happened.
Thank you, Chair, through the Governor. We've been having this query on statement of changes in net assets. This thing is historical in nature, because you'll find that when the fund started, they were not doing financial statements. So when the auditor requires us to reconcile the payments and the revenue that was done in 2015, it becomes a little bit of a challenge. We're still doing it and we'll continue doing it, but I think we need a way forward, because it's historical. Getting the documents is also a challenge, bearing in mind that this thing is over 10 years when some of us were not even there. Thank you.
So, Auditor, I think I have an idea about what she's talking about. When the Governor was explaining that these reports were very bad, we used to have a disclaimer of opinion, and we could not progress. So, how do we resolve this problem? How do we reconcile this so that we resolve this issue completely? Mark?
Chair, I think the challenge we face here is these are public funds which needed to be accounted for. If there was wrongdoing then, I think we cannot gloss over it. So maybe the committee can make a decision on this, because I think the accountant has also confirmed that these documents cannot be traced. Therefore, then the committee can make a decision on what can be done, either to get the documents or to assign responsibility in line with, I think, the PFM in terms of public officers taking a responsibility even in their personal capacity for any wrongdoings. I think the legal can guide us on that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, this, I'm glad you know it. This place was, I don't know what, 2015-16. They were not keeping records. It was helter-skelter. Of course, it was a cash cow that time, you know, for the then administration. That one I can say, for sure. Because there's a reason why you'll create this entity that is collecting money from citizens, but not accounting for it. So you see a disclaimer of opinion. In fact, the first 5 years of devolution in Nairobi, 2013 to 2015, not just this, even the audit for the executive, it was all disclaimer of opinion. It was just pure theft, you know. So since they're public funds, and I agree, people must be held to account. The second 5 years of devolution, 2013 to 2022, it was adverse. Both the executive, I think this one now, it was still disclaimer. It's only now when I got in that we started having qualified, because of just that personal attention and making them know that it is serious. You will answer for it yourself. So, Chair, even as you write this, you know, you can write it off so it doesn't keep, because it will keep appearing. Because unless they create fake statements, which of course is even a bigger criminal offense, you know, as professionals, and they'll have that culpability. I think we need to, as a committee, and you have the power yourself under the Audit Act, to clear this issue with a note, either to EACC or that it's taken up by whichever investigative agency, so that we also move forward, you know, because if it keeps recurring, and of course government exists in perpetuity. I'm not saying that I'm blaming, of course I'm blaming the first administration and the second one, but we know this thing can't keep hanging over our heads, Chair. It should not. Yeah. You know, if the one place I've made changes is in this alcoholic, this is what we call liquor board. We normally call it liquor board. The first guy I came with here, you remember, who I could not even defend, or even, you know, I was even getting upset. And then now we've had, you know, subsequent improvements, adding the staff. For them to have a qualified opinion, I was shocked to see that they've moved from there to here. And when I look at the substance of these issues, I think this might be the first place where we can actually move to unqualified as the Nairobi County, because the issues that to solve is not difficult, but we will need your grace, because for as long as this matter keeps hanging, we will never be unqualified, and it's unfair for it to prevent us from getting an unqualified opinion. Yet it's something that we are not part of, cannot be resolved. We cannot create fake documents. We must acknowledge it. So if we agree that you refer this matter elsewhere, but then now move it out of our audit, and then the recurrent issue that you have solved today, which is historic on the funds, I think will be good.
I think what we can do is that members, since we will have a session on report writing, where we are going to look at this matter deeply, I think we can make a decision on how we can treat the earlier reports that, of course, is affecting the current reports. And I want to acknowledge that there was, those of us who have been in this committee longer, Mida, you have been there. We appreciate the fact that this financial reporting for this fund has been chaotic. In fact, members, if you don't know, we are here this late working harder because of a court case emanating from here. You know, people went to court to say, nullify the report of the county assembly and say that the report should have been done as per Article 229 institution, which requires within 3 months after publication, houses of parliament must have examined this report. So now we are struggling to beat that deadline of 31st March. So I think I will leave it to the members when we discuss the report, we look at it deeply and see what recommendation we can give.
Yes, senators, kindly consider our situation with respect to this, and you can give us, can acknowledge the improvement we've made, and just so that we move forward as a county.
Senator Amida.
Is there a rehabilitation center established by this fund?
Yes, there's one in Makadara Viwandani ward. It's called Sinai Rehabilitation Center. This fund actually built the building, stocked it, equipped it, but now the medical personnel come from my other sector of health, wellness, and nutrition. It is actually residential. There's do you call it boarding or admission? Yeah, that is where it's going to. But now it partners with other hospitals within the primary care network. And the personnel are coming from the health sector, where Dr. Nyalita, who is the CC now, was the first CC of health. She's a medical doctor. We're now setting up methadone centers. We've completed one in Mutahi, not done by this fund, but this fund will support it, because we need to keep giving the Mutahi done by this fund.
So that's why, submitting these funds, seriously, it's not a privilege, but then it is a must.
Yes.
That we must, get the.
That's what we want. It's helping.
And have, of course, accountability. The accountability it's a serious matter.
And that's why we're here, Chen.
Okay. So, honorable members, congratulations for working for 8 hours
the whole day
in one room. And Governor, thank you for your patience. The auditors and everyone else, we must thank you. I think the only thing we are remaining with is the hospitals, which we said we will make a decision. Yeah. So maybe Governor, you can give your final comments.
Chair,
we are done.
Chair, first of all, I really want to thank you for your leadership and the members of this committee. Chair, audit, in my opinion, and which I think is really what it is supposed to strengthen institutions and to strengthen systems, because we are all stewards of Kenyans' hard-earned money and taxes. Chair, if you look at the current issues that have been there between the Council of Governors and the Senate, I think one just needs to look at this committee, because Chair, we've dealt on issues, we have gone step by step, we have addressed things in a very objective way, without personalizing, and today we are better off, and the country is better off if you look at the things we've solved. And I think that's the attitude we all need to